All right. Ladies and gentlemen, jury service is new, I know, to some of you, and so a short explanation is in order. Remember to turn off your cell phones, by the way. Now, those who participate in a trial must do so in accordance with established rules. That's true of the witnesses, the lawyers, and the judge. It's also true of the jurors. The lawyers will present the evidence according to the rules. The judge enforces those rules and determines what evidence may be admitted under the law. Now, you will be the sole judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight to be given to their testimony. And at the end of the presentation of the evidence, the court will instruct you at that time regarding the law on those matters, and you will apply that to the facts. Now, as I indicated earlier, it's your sworn duty to accept the law as it is given to you by the court and to apply that in your duties. The procedure for the trial will be as follows. First, the counsel will outline what they expect the evidence will be. Now, these are opening statements. They're not evidence, but they're a preview, if you will, of the claims of each party that are designed to help you follow the evidence as it is presented in the case. After the completion of the opening statements, the state will offer its evidence. After it rests, the defendant may, but is not required, to offer evidence. If the defendant does present evidence, then the state may, but is not required, to present rebuttal evidence. At that time, then, the court will instruct you on the law regarding the substantive issues in the case. You'll then hear the closing arguments of the attorneys, and then the final instructions of the court regarding how to conduct deliberations and return verdicts. And then after that, you'll retire into the jury room and deliberate and return a verdict. Now, the procedure for questioning witnesses will be as follows. The party that calls a witness will ask questions first. That's called that's called direct examination. Then the opposing attorney can ask questions. That's called cross-examination. After that, the party that called the witness may ask questions. That's called redirect examination. Jurors are not permitted to ask questions, in case you might wonder. Now, during the trial, it's likely attorneys will make objections. Objection is the means by which an attorney raises a legal issue to be decided by the judge. And I will then determine whether or not the question and or the answer or both are proper. Now, if I say sustained, that means that I determined that the objection that was made was well taken and that the question and or the answer may not be heard. If I say overruled, then I've determined that both are proper and you will hear them. Now, occasionally, almost every trial I've ever been involved in, a witness will answer a question. We're almost talking over the attorney and vice versa. And when there's an objection made, those things come out before the court can make a ruling. And so if I determine that the objection was valid and that the question or the answer was improper, and I tell you that you'll disregard that or it will be stricken, and that means that you may not consider it in your deliberations. Now, it doesn't mean that it's erased from your memories. We know that, you're humans. But what it means is that if during the deliberations, one of the jurors should say, well, remember this was said. If that was stricken or you're told to disregard it, that means you cannot consider it. You just have to set it aside. Now, it's important that you be fair and attentive throughout the trial and during the time that you're serving as a juror. During the breaks, you're not to discuss the matter, as I've already indicated to you, either among yourself or with anyone else. If you are involved in any type of social media, you're not to post anything on any social media site during the trial. You're not to discuss the case with anyone, again, even among yourselves. Nor are you to permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. You're not to form or express any opinions about the case until it's finally submitted to you. Now, you're not, as I indicated, to talk with anyone who's been witness in the case or any of the folks that are involved in the matter, and not to talk to, again, with anyone or permit anyone to say anything about the matter in your presence. You must explain this rule to your family and friends, co-workers, etc. If you talk to them during the breaks, and explain to them that you cannot discuss the matter at all. Again, my recommendation is don't even tell them what the case is about, so that they don't say something inadvertently that would be proper for you to hear. Once the case is decided and you're released from your obligation to service, then at that time you may discuss the matter if you wish with anyone. You're not required to, but you may. And now, in the event that something happens that someone says something, well, let me back up. You're also not to read anything about the matter in the newspaper. It's unlikely to be in the newspaper before the case is complete, but it could be posted. Something might be posted online. So if you read news online or listen to radio or look at any TV sites, I don't think we're going to make any of those, but in the event that that happens, you see an article, do not read anything or listen to anything on the internet or in any other form during this trial. You're also not to investigate or attempt to obtain any information outside of the courtroom, decided improper to do so. So you're not to visit, like go to the scene, or what might happen is you may hear something during the case, the testimony that's new to you, or that you may have thought, well, I think I've heard something about that before. I'm not quite sure about that. I think I'll look that up online. Don't do that, not during the trial. Once the trial is completed and you're released, then you may do so, but not until that time. Now, again, as I indicated, you're not to discuss the matter with anyone, even among yourselves. And you might think, well, we're the jury, why can't we talk about the case during the breaks? And the reason is this. Until the case is complete, until you've heard everything, the opening statements, the evidence, the instructions of law from the court, the closing arguments, and the instructions and deliberations, you don't have every tool in your toolbox that you're to use in making your decision as a juror. And so to discuss the matters ahead of time, before all that's complete, you might put yourself in a position where it would affect what your decision would be if you had waited. So do not discuss it, even among yourselves, if you are in a jury room together or having lunch together or outside together. Don't discuss it even among yourselves. Now, in the event that something should happen, that somebody should say something to you, or you should learn something that you think needs to maybe necessary to be brought to the court, but you're not sure, err on the side of caution, report it to the bailiff, and the bailiff will report it to me. I'll consult with the attorneys and decide what has to be done. Sometimes that means we have to bring a juror in and ask them some questions to determine if it's appropriate for them to continue to serve. Now, one thing you should not do, and I'm telling you don't do, is that in the event that something like that comes up, and you think, yeah, I think it's probably okay, but maybe it isn't okay, I think I'll ask my other friends in the jury. Well, if you do that, whatever you talk to them, and we decide we have to interview you, we'll also have to interview everyone else. I had that happen years ago. I was in a week-long trial, and I think it was on Wednesday. It happened at lunchtime, and the juror came back, and instead of telling the bailiff, brought it up in the jury room, and they said, oh, you got to report that. So then the juror reported it. Well, as a result, we spent the entire afternoon questioning 15 jurors, and because we had 3 openings. And so we lost a half a day of trial. So that's why I say, don't say anything to anyone else, just bring it to the bailiff's attention. Note-taking is not permitted. Since this is a short trial, my belief is that it takes a little time to get used to taking notes and listening and determining what's necessary to take a note about. I use my own example of many, many years ago. I hate to say how long ago, when I was a freshman at Ohio State, 18 years old from Hillsboro, and I've never seen that many people in my life in one place at Ohio Stadium. Went to a football game before I went to my first class. I started to write down everything that the professor said. And then after 3 or 4 days, I realized, I'm missing stuff. I need to start listening and taking fewer notes, but making sure the notes I take are important. And when I look back at my notes, I realize a lot of stuff I wrote down, wasn't important. And so I don't want you to get distracted. And so that's why I say that short trials like this of a day or so or two, we don't let jurors take notes. It'll be, from time to time, you'll see bench conferences like you did before when we selected the jury. It'll be white noise, and that's to prevent you from hearing what we're discussing, because it may be about a point of law that's been raised in an objection and whether or not you're going to hear certain testimony. And if I determine ultimately that you're not, then again, that's something I have to tell you to disregard. And and that means there's more stuff we go back and say, okay, what was it we couldn't think about or discuss? So we do that to eliminate any additional burden for you. All right, so those are the instructions of the court. You're to follow those instructions during all breaks. I know when I first started practicing law, Judge Hall always referred to those as admonitions. That sounds kind of ominous, and he would always say, remember the admonitions. I will say, please remember the instructions of the court, follow those during all breaks, or remember the instructions of the court regarding your obligations during the break. Or I may say admonitions too, because, it's hard to change old habits. So, all right. With that, and then we'll turn to opening statements, and the state will go first. Mr. Collins, on behalf of the state.
May it please the court, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mr. Baker. I want to tell you a story this morning. As you hear the story, you're going to hope that it's a work of fiction, something that's been made up. But you will learn that this is actually a horror story. It's based in fact, and it's proven with evidence and testimony that the state will present today. Sarah Webb and her brothers were removed from their mother by Clinton County Children's Services when Sierra was almost 7 years old. Sierra and her brothers went to live with Steve and Monica Wilder on Locust Road in Highland County, Ohio. When Sierra and her brothers moved to Steve and Monica's home, there were other kids living there. Those are Steve and Monica's biological children. There was also Steve's uncle Rufus Brummet living in the home. So there are people that are sharing rooms. Now Rufus's bedroom is shared by Josh, Sierra's brother, and one of Steve and Monica's children. And this bedroom kind of becomes the hangout for the kids at night to watch TV and things. One night when Sierra was just 9 years old, she left her bedroom and went to Rufus's bedroom because she was afraid of the dark. 9-year-old Sierra crawled into bed with Uncle Rufus, and within minutes, Rufus began removing her clothing. While she lay deadly still, terrified, the defendant used his fingers to rub and massage Sierra's vaginal area. As soon as he stopped, she grabbed her clothes and ran to her bedroom. But the abuse didn't stop after this first time. A short time later, when she was still 9, Sierra went to Rufus's bedroom to watch TV. This time, she laid on the floor, hoping that would keep her away from him. But she woke up to him pulling her clothes off of her. The defendant then performed oral sex on 9-year-old Sierra. The sexual assaults continued for the next 3 years. The defendant performed oral sex on Sierra, used his fingers to digitally penetrate her, and tried to get her to perform sexual acts on him. The first time the defendant ejaculated on Sierra, she didn't know what happened. She went to her older brother Josh and asked about this white stuff, and he explained to her what it was. Around June of 23, when Sierra was 13 years old, she told Josh what the defendant was doing to her. She begged Josh not to tell anyone. She was afraid that no one would believe her. She was afraid that they would be removed from their home. And she was afraid that the defendant's threat that something bad would happen would come true. Josh kept Sierra's secret until about December of 23, when he told Monica what had been happening. Monica gave Sierra time to come to her, and in March of 2024, Josh and Monica finally sat down and talked about Monica and Sierra finally sat down and talked about everything Sierra had been through. Now, Monica asked the defendant about what he was doing to Sierra, and he said, well, sometimes I sleepwalk, and I can't control what I do when I sleepwalk. Monica took Sierra to the Highland County Sheriff's Office, and a few days later, Sierra went to Children's Hospital, where she spoke with Cecilia Hicks, a person specially trained to interview children using questions that aren't leading and designed for medical treatment. Sierra told Cecilia Hicks about the sexual assaults that had taken place. In April of 24, the defendant met with Sergeant Detective Vincent Anor, and the two had a talk. During this conversation, the defendant's story changed multiple times, but he finally admitted that he did remember he woke up once with his head on Sierra's naked thigh, and he agreed that his mouth did taste like a vagina when he woke up. He called this the accident from hell. He confirmed it happened 3 or 4 years ago when Sierra was 9 or 10 years old. Ladies and gentlemen, Sierra, Josh, Monica, Cecilia, and Detective Anor are going to tell you this sad story of the repeated sexual assaults that Sierra faced. And at the end of this case, I am asking you to close the book on this horror story and find this defendant guilty of all counts. Thank you.
Didn't ask before opening statement, is there a motion to separate witnesses?
That statement so moved.
All right, that motion will be granted, and if there are any witnesses that intend to testify, they're not to be present during the testimony other than the state's representative, Mr. Anor. And they're also not to watch any proceedings on YouTube. All right, and each attorney will take care of notifying your witnesses. All right, Mr. Baker, on behalf of the defendant.
Your Honor, please the court, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, whose comments defense would reserve opening.
All right. All right, we'll proceed with the evidence then. The state calls the first witness.
State calls Sierra Webb.
For the record, Sierra is spelled C-I-E-R-R-A.
No, C-I-A-R-R-A.
C-I-A?
A-R-R-A.
On the exhibit list is spelled with an E. Glad I asked.
It's spelled two different ways on there, actually.
Were you sworn in the clerk's office? All right. Have a seat over there. All right. Hold that board there that has that microphone clear to your left as far as it'll go. And make sure you speak up and speak into that, please. All right, you may inquire.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Sierra Webb.
You're going to have to talk real loud for us today, okay? Can you spell your first and last name?
Ciarrawebb.
Sierra, how old are you?
14.
And when is your birthday?
April 9th.
What grade of school are you in right now?
8th.
And who do you live with?
My mom.
And who's your mom? What's her name?
Monica Wilder.
So you call Monica mom, but is she your real biological mom?
No.
Now, prior to living with Monica, who did you live with?
I lived with my real mom.
And when did you move in with Monica and her family?
I was like 6 years old.
Have you lived constantly with Monica ever since you came to live with her back when you were 6? Have you always lived with her since then?
Yeah.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 2 for identification purposes. You want to take a look at this? And does this truly and accurately reflect the year and how old you were, what grade you were in, and who your teachers were at the time?
Yes.
And does that accurately break down your grades over the past 6 years?
Yes.
Yes.
Again, keep your voice up because we're recording. I'm having trouble hearing you.
Do you know Rufus Brummet?
Yes.
And how do you know Rufus?
He's my uncle.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Right there.
Please let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant.
So we're,
Now, when you moved in with Monica when you were 6, was the defendant living there also?
Yes.
What grade were you in when you were 9 years old?
Third grade.
Was your teacher Mr. Schilling?
Yes.
Now, according to the chart, that would have been in 2019, is that correct?
Yes.
Where was your room in the house where you were living with Monica and Steve?
It was upstairs.
Did you share a room with anyone?
Yes.
One person, 2 people, how many people?
1.
Where did the defendant sleep?
Like next to mine.
In a bedroom next to yours?
Yes.
And did he share a room with anyone? Did anyone else sleep in that room?
Yes.
Who slept in there?
2 of my siblings.
Now, during this time period when you were 9, did the defendant do something to you that made you feel uncomfortable?
Yes.
Can you tell me about the very first time he did something that made you uncomfortable?
It was at night when I was scared of the dark and I went into his room.
What did you do when went into his room?
I slept next to him.
And what happened that made you uncomfortable?
He decided to take off my clothes.
When he took your clothes off, did he do anything to you?
He decided to go down to where my legs were.
What did he go down to where your legs were with? What did he touch you with?
His hands.
Do you know about how long that lasted?
Less than 10 minutes, possibly.
And when it was done, what did you do?
I got up and went to my room.
Was that the only thing that happened when you were 9 years old? Did something else happen when you were 9?
I don't remember.
Do you remember a time when you slept on the floor in his bedroom?
Yes.
And how old were you when that happened?
10.
And what were you doing in the bedroom on the floor?
I was sleeping.
And what happened that made you uncomfortable?
He went down to the floor with me.
Were you asleep or awake when that started?
I was asleep, but then I woke up
Why did you wake up?
because I can feel him touching me.
And what was he doing to you?
He was, again, taking off my clothes.
After he took your clothes off, what did he do?
He used his hands again.
And when you say he used his hands again, what do you mean?
He was touching my parts
When you say your parts, can you point to the part that you're talking about?
down here.
Down there.
Mm-hmm.
And did his fingers go inside of you?
No.
Okay. Did he use any other part of his body on you? Did he touch you with any other part of his body?
Yes.
What other part?
He touched me with his parts.
Okay. Did he touch you with his mouth at that time?
Yes.
And where did he touch you with his mouth at?
Down here.
Down there?
Mm-hmm.
And when he touched you with his mouth, what part of his mouth was he using?
His tongue.
Okay. And about how long did that last?
Less than 10 minutes.
And what happened when he stopped?
I told him to stop, and I just, again, got up and went to my room.
Now, who was your teacher at the time that happened? Do you remember?
It was Miss Coyle.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Miss Coyle.
And when Miss Coyle was your teacher, you were 10 years old?
Yes.
And do you remember a time that you were laying on the floor in your bedroom?
Yes.
And where were you laying on the floor at?
I was laying underneath, like, where my bed is, since it's kind of like a bunk bed.
So it's kind of like a bunk bed, but is there a bed underneath it?
No, it's empty.
It's empty underneath?
Yes.
So would you call it a loft bed?
Yes.
Okay. So you were asleep on the floor under that?
Yes.
And what happened?
This time he came into my room, and he started taking off my clothes.
And then what happened?
He decided to use his hands
Okay.
on my part.
When you say he decided to use his hands, what did he do with his hands?
He was touching me with his fingers.
Did his fingers go inside of you that time?
I don't remember.
Do you remember if it hurt?
Yeah.
So if it hurt, was that when was his fingers inside of you at that time? When it hurt?
Yeah.
Let's talk about when you were in the 5th grade. who was your teacher in the 5th grade?
Miss Pollard.
And do you remember anything happening when Miss Pollard was your teacher?
Yes.
What do you remember happening?
Me and my siblings were sleeping in his room because we were watching a movie, and I was sleeping between one of my siblings' bed and his bed.
And then what?
He got down there and started laying next to me.
And what did he do to you?
He was trying to put his part like close to my face.
And what did you do when he tried to put his part close to your face?
I was just trying to get up.
And when you are talking about his part, are you talking about the part that he pees from?
Yes.
And at that time, did he touch any of your parts with his body?
He was touching up here where my chest is.
Okay. And then what happened?
I was trying to get up, but then he wasn't letting me up.
And then what happened next?
I told him to stop before I told my mom.
Did he rub his parts on you?
When he was coming up to me, I could feel it like on my leg and my stomach.
And when you say you could feel it on your leg and stomach, what could you feel?
The part where he pees from.
And did anything come from that part?
The cum that was on me, which I didn't know what that was, so I asked my older brother.
And during this time when that was happening, did he use his fingers or his mouth on you?
He was like hissing up on my body.
He was what?
He was kissing up on my body.
Okay. So, did he use his mouth on your private parts? Did
No.
he kiss on your private parts?
Yeah.
And when he kissed on your private parts, did he use his tongue?
No.
And when you talk about your private parts, what part are you talking about?
Down here.
Down there. Okay. Now, after that time happened, did you speak with anyone about the stuff that came from his penis?
I was talking to my older brother.
And why did you ask him about that?
Because he's a boy, and I felt like he would know what it is, so I asked him.
So you didn't know what it was?
No.
Did the defendant call you by a nickname?
Sometimes he'll call me baby.
Did you ever sleep in your closet?
Yes.
Why were you sleeping in the closet?
Because I wouldn't think he would find me in there.
At some point, did you tell someone what was going on?
I only talked to my brother about it.
And do you know, did you ask Josh not to tell anyone?
Yes.
Why didn't you want anyone to know?
Because everybody loved him, and I didn't think anyone would believe me since I was not a good kid when I was younger.
At some point, did Monica find out what was happening?
Yes.
And Monica is who you call mom, right?
Yes.
Now, how did she find out what was happening?
My older brother one time got in trouble in school, and he was talking to my mom, and he ended up telling her everything that happened.
So then later, did you talk to her about what happened too?
Yes.
And how did that talk happen?
Me and my brother was supposed to be in bed, but we couldn't sleep, so we just stayed up talking about depression for some reason. And then my mom comes in the room saying that everyone has depression, and then Josh, my brother, decides to have me talk to her about everything that happened, and I told him no, and then he said that she already knows, so we just started talking about it.
And did that talk take place in March, this past March, when you were in the 7th grade?
Yes.
After that, did you talk with, do you remember talking with Cecilia at the Mayerson Clinic?
Yes.
Now, we've talked about a few things that happened to you, but are these the only time that the defendant did something to you?
Yes.
So just these 3 times? There was no other times? Or did it happen more than 3 times?
I don't remember.
At any time have you been married to the defendant? Have you ever been married?
No.
And all the things we talked about today, did those all happen at Monica's house?
Yes.
One moment. I want to go back and talk about when Mr. Schilling was your teacher. Do you remember this?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So when Mr. Schilling was your teacher, was there a time that the defendant used his mouth or fingers on you?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say he used his mouth or his fingers, what would you say would happen when he would use his mouth on you?
He would normally use his tongue when his mouth is on me.
And where would he put his tongue at?
Down here.
Down there. And if he used his fingers on you, where would he use his fingers at?
Down there.
And would he put his fingers inside of you?
Sometimes he would.
Okay. And when he did that, did it hurt?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Cross.
Please, podium, girl.
You may.
Thank you. Sierra, how old are you right now?
14.
Okay. And your birthday is April 9th.
Yes.
Were you born in the year 2010?
Yes.
Okay. And at the beginning, you said you referred to Monica Wilder as mom. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you been living with Monica?
About like 9 years.
About 9 years. And do you remember where Monica lived when you first came to stay with her?
I remember the house, but I don't remember where it's located.
Okay. The house that you were talking about earlier, with your bedroom being upstairs and Rufus's bedroom being upstairs. Do you remember that address?
Yes.
What's that?
That was in Seaman.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Seaman.
See?
And the house that you first went to stay with Monica at wasn't in Seaman, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Who all lived there when you first came to stay?
It was my mom, her ex that she was with, and my siblings, and me, and Rufus.
Okay, so when you say your mom, you mean Monica, correct?
Yes.
Her ex is Stephen?
Yes.
Okay. Stephen Wilder, correct?
Yes.
And your siblings? So that would be, is that Monica and Stephen's children?
Some of them are theirs and some of them aren't.
Okay. How many were there?
There's me and my 2 brothers.
Okay. When you say your 2 brothers, are they both biological brothers?
They're my half siblings.
Okay. I know that towards the end of the direct examination, you mentioned that you were up late having a conversation with your brother. Who are you speaking of when you say that?
My brother is my half brother,
Okay. What's his name?
Joshua Brummet.
Okay. When you first came to stay with Monica and Stephen, who did you stay with? Who did you share a room with?
My younger sister, Michaela Wilder.
Okay. And this wasn't at the Seaman residence, correct?
This was, I shared with a room with her with all the houses I've been with.
Okay, you've always shared a room with
Yes.
Caitlin. Okay. Did Rufus live with you at that time?
Yes.
Okay, so from the time that you came to stay with Monica and Stephen, Rufus was there.
Yes.
Was there ever a time that Rufus wasn't there?
Yes. Sometimes he would stay with his son and his family.
Okay, where was that? Do you know where that was? Sorry.
No.
No. But it was away from the Seaman residence?
Yes.
Okay. Was that for long periods of time, short periods of time?
He would stay there for like a little while.
Okay. Do you remember about when that was?
No.
No. Now, your testimony earlier was that sometime when you were 9, let's clarify that. It seems like, you'd been utilizing that teacher chart. Who was your teacher when this first event occurred?
Mr. Schelling was my first teacher.
Okay,
When
but so
Schelling.
the incident where you went to Rufus's room, right?
Yes.
Who was your teacher then?
Mr. Schelling.
Mr. Schilling. What grade does that put you in?
Second.
Okay. Now, do you recall what woke you up that night?
It was when he was taking off my clothes.
No. Where did you go to bed that night?
My room.
In your room.
Yes.
Your room was different from Rufus's room, correct?
Yes.
So let's talk about that. Where was your room in relation to Rufus's?
So both of our rooms were upstairs, but they were right next to each other's.
Okay. What else was upstairs?
The bathroom.
The bathroom. So how many bedrooms?
2 was upstairs, and there's a bathroom, and downstairs is where my mom slept.
So there's another bedroom downstairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So upstairs, there's your bedroom. Who did you share that bedroom with?
Michaela, my sister.
Just Michaela?
Yes.
Okay. And then Rufus's bedroom, correct?
Yes.
And that's down a little hallway landing area. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Okay. Who shared that room with Rufus?
My older brother Josh and my other sister Brianna.
Okay. Now, you woke up and went down that hallway or landing area to Rufus's bedroom that night, correct?
Yes.
What woke you up?
When I was laying down, he was like touching me. So.
When you went from your bedroom to Rufus's bedroom, you didn't go to sleep in Rufus's bedroom.
Okay. Yeah. It was like, I think I had like a nightmare because I normally get those when I was younger, and I couldn't go back to bed. So I just went up to his room.
Okay. So you went down the hallway to Rufus's room.
Yes.
Okay. And you opened the door, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And where is everyone situated?
Brianna sleeps next to the door and
In her own bed or on the floor or where?
her own bed.
Okay.
And then Josh sleeps on the other side And then Rufus slept where the corner was.
When you say the other side, what do you mean?
Like the other side of the wall, next to the door.
Okay, he has his own bed also?
Yes.
So in this room, Rufus's room, there are 3 beds.
Yes.
Okay. Any other furniture in there?
No.
No? Televisions?
There was a TV there that we normally play video games on and watch TV. And then when you like first walk in, there was like Rufus's dresser.
Okay. So when you walk in the door that night, is it just Rufus in his bed?
It was all 3 of them were in there, but Rufus had his own bed.
That's what I mean. In Rufus's bed, it was just him, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you crawl in there, and what's the next thing that you remember?
I asked him if I can sleep with him because I was scared.
Okay.
And he said I could, and I just laid there. And after just a little while, he started to touch me.
Okay, he started to touch you how?
Taking off my clothes.
So he started to take off your clothes?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what clothes you went to sleep in that night?
I always wore jeans.
To sleep in?
Yes.
And like full jeans?
Yes.
T-shirt, anything like that?
I had a t-shirt on.
Okay. So he started taking off your clothes. Where did he start?
He would start with the pants.
Okay. What happened next?
And then he started using his hands.
Okay. Did he say anything?
He told me not to tell anyone, or he'll like make sure I will not ever see my real mom again.
Okay. So when did he say that?
He said that when I was 9 and the first time I went to his room.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry, let me clarify. That night that we were just talking about, did he say that before he started to take your clothes off, or when did he say that, I guess, in this process?
He was saying it while he was doing it.
While he was doing it. Okay. Then what happened?
I was just getting like a little bit nervous, and I just like got up and went to my room.
Okay. On Mrs. Collins' direct examination, you said that he used his hands.
Mm-hmm.
How?
He was touching me with his hands down where that area is.
In your area?
Yes.
Okay. Did he do anything to cause pain?
Just using his hands down where my area is.
Okay. Okay. Did he use anything else?
He was using his mouth.
His mouth.
Mm-hmm.
When you say your area, can you be a little bit more specific?
Down where I pee at.
Okay. Your vaginal area. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Did he, to the best of your memory, penetrate that area at all?
Objection, I'm not sure she understands what that word means.
If she doesn't understand, she can say so. So overrule the objection.
Do you recall either his hands, fingers, or mouth penetrating that area that night?
He was using his mouth and his
Okay.
fingers.
Do you recall that penetrating your vaginal area that night?
It did cause pain when that happened.
Okay. Where?
Down where I pee at.
Okay. This lasted 10 minutes?
Less.
Less than 10 minutes. And neither sibling was awakened that night?
No.
Okay, because there's two other people in that room, correct?
Yes.
What is the next time that there's any interaction of this nature between you and Rufus?
He does this like once or twice a week, so
Once or twice a week, so it happened again in that same week?
I don't remember if it happened on that week again.
Okay. So was it soon after, I guess, is what I'm asking?
Yes.
Okay. But you don't remember when?
No.
What happened?
So this time I didn't want to go in his room because I was scared that it'll happen again. So this time I was in my room with my sister, and this time he came up on my bed.
Into your room?
Yes.
And who else was in that room?
My little sister, Michaela.
How old would she have been around that?
She was like either 8 or 7.
Okay, she was 7 or 8. How old were you at this time?
10.
Who was your teacher?
This one was Mrs. Coyle.
Mrs. Coyle. And what were you sleeping in that night?
I don't remember.
Okay. What did Rufus do that night?
He was taking off my pants.
Okay. And did he touch you in your area, in your vaginal area?
Yes.
With what?
His mouth.
With his mouth? Anything else?
He was using his hands.
Okay. And how long did that last?
It didn't last that long.
Okay. Was this before or after the time that he had found you sleeping under your bed?
After?
After?
Yes.
Okay. So the time that you were found sleeping under your bed, tell me about that.
I was sleeping under my bed because I didn't think he would know where I was since I didn't want to go in his room. And if I didn't go in his room, I know he'll come in my room to be on my bed, so I went under my bed.
Okay. Were you awake when he came into your room?
I was asleep, and then I woke up by him coming in.
Okay, so you woke up when he opened the door?
We didn't have doors in our room, so my room wasn't clean, so I can hear him like hitting things and by his foot.
So you woke up when he walked into your room?
Yes.
And how did he find you under the bed?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No.
Do you recall what happened that night? What did Rufus do?
I remember that he went under my bed and was taking off my
I'm
pants.
sorry, I didn't hear that.
He was taking off my pants again.
Okay, under your bed.
Yes.
Can you tell me about your bed in your bedroom?
Under my bed, it's like shelves, but they're like shoved where the corner was. There's enough space under it where I can sleep and enough room.
So like a foot, 2 feet, 3 feet?
I don't remember, but I know it was like I could stand under it.
You could stand underneath it?
Yeah.
Were you as tall as you are now then?
No,
No?
I was shorter than that. The bed, my other sisters had it too, but they cut down Brianna's and left me and Michaela's up because Stephen and Rufus made the beds.
Okay, so they made them in your bedrooms.
They made it outside because they were painting it too.
Oh, okay.
So, and then whenever they got done, they put it in our rooms.
And is it a single bed? Is it a double bed? Is it a bunk bed?
It's kind of like a bunk bed, but it's just one bed on it. And
Okay.
there's shelves under it.
With shelves underneath of it.
Yes.
So if there were shelves underneath of it, how did you sleep underneath it?
The shelves were like in the back where it's kind of like a desk.
Okay. I guess what I'm getting to is how much room is under there?
There's, well, since I was like tiny, I could like sit in it and lay down in it. I could like even lay down on the shelves.
Okay. Can someone sit in it or lay down in it with you?
Yeah.
Okay. So what happened? You said Rufus was taking off your clothes again. What happened after that?
He was just using his hands again.
Okay. Were there any instances of pain that you remember?
No.
No?
I don't remember.
And was it just his hands that he used?
Yes.
Okay. How did he get you out from under the bed?
Since he's like stronger than me and I'm not that strong, he was just like grab my legs and pull me out.
So he grabbed you by the legs and pulled you out from underneath the bed?
Yeah.
So when he was taking off your clothes, where did that take place?
So I was trying to get up, but he wouldn't let me get up. I tried to like push him off of me and he would not get off of me.
Okay. Did he say anything to you?
He just told me to stop.
Stop
pushing-
what?
Like stop pushing him off.
Okay. There was a time that you referenced Miss Pollard as being your teacher, and that Rufus was trying to put his part close to your face.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
How old would you have been?
11.
Okay. And Miss Pollard was your teacher in what year?
In 2021.
Okay. Now, you said Rufus was trying to put his part near your face. Where were you when this occurred?
This time I was in his room because he stopped for a while, and I thought he would be like done doing that. So this time all of us, me and my siblings, went into his room and we're all watching a movie, and then we all fell asleep in there. Like, I didn't mean to fall asleep in there, but I did.
So, sometime in the year that Miss Pollard was your teacher, do you remember what time of the year it was? End of the school year, beginning of the school year?
No, I don't remember.
I know you said previously that you thought you had school the next day.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You went into Rufus's room to watch a movie.
Yes.
Who all was in there?
It was Rufus, me, Michaela, Brianna, and Josh.
So 5 of you.
Yes.
Where was Rufus?
He was staying on his bed.
Okay. Where was Josh?
On his bed.
Josh was on his bed.
Yes.
Now, his bed, you said, was on the other side of the wall.
Yeah. So,
But he can still see the TV?
yes.
Okay. Where was Brianna?
Brianna is like right in front of where the TV is.
Okay.
So I was sitting there on her bed, but I didn't sleep on her bed.
Okay, so you started out sitting on Brianna's bed.
Yes.
Okay. What about Michaela? Where was she?
She was sitting next to me.
Also on Brianna's bed.
Yes.
Where did everyone fall asleep?
Brianna fell asleep on her bed, and I fell asleep between her bed and Rufus's bed. And Michaela fell asleep somewhere on the floor, and so did I.
And Josh fell asleep where?
On his bed.
On his bed. How much space is in between Rufus's bed and Brianna's bed?
Not that big.
Like
It's like,
less than from me to you?
yeah, it's
Yeah.
less than that.
Okay, so you're sleeping on that area of the floor, and Michaela's also sleeping on that area of the floor?
She's sleeping between Josh's bed and Rufus's bed, and I was sleeping between Brianna's bed and Rufus's bed.
Okay. And what happened that night that you woke up to?
He was on top of me.
Rufus was.
Yes.
Okay. And were you clothed or unclothed?
I had clothes on, but he took them off.
So he's on top of you and took your clothes off.
Yeah.
What clothes were you wearing that night?
I don't remember.
Okay. When you said that he was trying to put his part close to your face, how close to your face?
It was just like this far.
That
As
far?
I was trying to like move my head away.
Okay. And that's how you woke up, or that happened after you woke up?
That happened after because
Okay.
I woke up when he was taking my clothes off.
And did anything else happen that night?
I don't remember.
Did he touch you anywhere else?
He would touch me where my chest is.
Okay. And that's all you remember?
Yeah, that's all I remember.
Did he touch you in your vaginal area at all that night?
I don't remember him touching me down there, but I know he touched me where my thighs were.
Where your thighs were? Do you remember telling him to stop or anything like that?
Yes.
That you would tell your mom?
Yes.
And that's the last time that you remember anything like this happening?
Yes.
Yeah. And after this incident, you talked to Josh.
Yes.
You asked him questions about what?
About what cum was?
Okay.
Well, I asked him I told him everything about what happened, and then I told him how I felt something, slimy on me, and he told me that was cum,
Okay.
and yeah.
Your mother and Stephen, during all of these instances that we've just been through and that you went through with Mrs. Collins, where were they?
They were always downstairs in their room.
Okay, so that in each instance, they were downstairs.
Yeah, they were downstairs.
Okay. What rooms were downstairs?
The living room, and then there was the kitchen.
Okay. And then their bedroom.
Yes.
Do you recall when you left this residence, the scene and the dress?
After that house, we moved to Hillsborough.
Do you remember with who?
We stayed with our grandma and our grandpa for a little while, and now we
Is that Ron and Deb Palmer?
Yes.
Okay.
And now we live like right behind their house.
Okay. When you moved to your grandmothers and grandfathers, the Palmers, who moved with you? Who all went?
It was me, my 5 siblings, my mom, and Steven, and then Rufus, but Rufus didn't live there long. He moved in with my other Uncle Dean.
Okay. Do you remember when you moved in with your grandmother and grandfather?
I don't remember what month, but we moved in this year.
This year, in 2024?
Yeah, or 2023. It was either one. It was 2023.
Okay. 2023 or 2024?
It was like close to the last year of 2023, because we had Christmas.
So towards the end of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when Rufus moved out with your grandmother and grandfather, Palmer?
I don't remember when he moved out, but he didn't live there long with us.
Was it summertime when he moved out? Or wintertime, or springtime?
I don't remember.
I don't remember. Okay. I think during previous testimony or previous statements, you've talked about each of the times that you had encounters with Rufus, you would get up and use the bathroom afterwards. Is that right?
I used it only once.
Only one of the times?
Yes.
Which time was that?
When he used to come on me, and I,
So is that the last time you're talking about?
around that, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Anything different when you use the restroom? Did it hurt to use the restroom? Anything like that?
No.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Redirect.
Couple questions. Sarah, how old's Brianna?
She is 11 now.
She's 11 now.
Yes.
So 4 years ago, she was 7.
Yes.
Okay. And I want to talk about your bed, or the bed that you had in your room. Because I just want to make sure that I understand and everyone understands. How tall is that bed? Is it like a regular bunk bed with no bottom bunk?
Yeah.
So it's high in the air?
It's close where the roof is.
Huh?
It's close where the roof is.
It's close to the roof, so the top of it's high.
Yes.
And underneath, you said that you could stand up underneath it?
Yes.
And what is underneath the bed?
I had a bean bag, and there was just shelves
Like
under there.
great big shelves, or shelves against the wall, or tell
It
us?
was the shelves against the wall.
Okay. So was there room to do things underneath this bed?
Yes.
And was there room for more than one person under the bed?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, you step down. Good. Go around that way where you came from. Next witness.
Cecilia Hicks.
Cecilia Hicks.
Yes.
Well, hold on a minute. Have her wait a minute. Counsel, you want to approach? (11:23), so be back by so 11:35. Remember the instructions of the court. All right, we're back on record. The next witness, Cecilia Hicks.
Cecilia Hicks.
Were you sworn in the clerk's office?
Yes, it was.
Have a seat there. Make sure your cell phone's off if you have one, and pull that board all the way over. It has a microphone on it. Slightly farther to go, yeah.
Look at that,
There
fancy.
you go. All right, you may inquire.
Please state your name for the record.
Cecilia Hicks.
And have you watched any of the trial on YouTube this morning?
No, I didn't know it was on YouTube.
Okay. Are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
Where are you employed?
The Mayerson Center at Children's Hospital in Cincinnati.
And what are your job responsibilities there at the Mayerson Center?
I'm a forensic interviewer, which means that I interview kids when there's allegations of abuse. I also take referral calls. I have to type up reports after I interview a child. I review information with our physicians, things like that.
How long have you been employed in this capacity?
18 years.
And what's your educational background?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Sociology from University of Louisville, a Master's degree in Social Work from University of Kentucky.
And have you had continuing training in any particular field?
Yes, I'm a licensed independent social worker with supervision designation, so I have to get 30 hours of training every 2 years. So the majority of that training is in forensic interviewing, forensic interview techniques, advanced forensic interviewing, interviewing delayed individuals, children and adults, implications for exams.
Now, at the Mayerson Center, is your focus typically on children, adults, a mixture? Tell us about that.
We see both. We see mainly children starting at age 3, but we will see delayed adults and adults who maybe don't feel comfortable going to a police station to talk about what's happened. And then we also see adults that are not just developmentally delayed, but also like physically delayed, like if they're in wheelchairs, that type of stuff.
Have you been declared an expert in child forensic interviewing in any court in the state?
Yes.
Have you in fact been declared an expert in this court?
Yes, I have.
At this time, I would ask the court to declare Ms. Hicks an expert in child abuse forensic interviewing.
You object?
No objection.
All right, she is so declared. You may proceed.
What is the purpose of performing a forensic interview at the Mayerson Clinic?
To assess the need for physical medical care, but also mental health care when there's allegations of abuse.
During the interview, are there specific techniques that you use?
Well, the interview in and of itself is meant to be non-leading, narrative inviting, where we let the child tell us what's happened without just asking a whole bunch of yes/no questions. There are times that we have to ask yes/no questions, but if they say yes, we'll say, tell me more about that. Or if they say no, we'll say, tell me more about that. We also sometimes have to ask forced multiple choice questions like, was it raining out, was it sunny out, or something else? And then obviously if they say something else, we'll say, tell me more about that. If they say sunny, we'll say, tell me more about that if you can. So it's meant to be non-leading, and unbiased, but mostly information gathering. And there's times where there's not a lot of information to give, but then there's other times that there is a lot of information to give, and that's why we want to allow them to provide the narrative versus us asking yes/no questions, because that can prevent us from finding out very vital information as well.
So when you say non-leading questions, explain why we would not want to ask leading questions.
Well, I actually say to kids, I wasn't there. If a child tells me that something's happened to them, I wasn't there. And if I go based on all the years of my experience, that could be a lot of information that one kid maybe have never even heard of. But if I lead them, if I tell them, if I say, oh, so your pants were off when this happened, I'm telling them what I want them to say. It's like if a kid comes home from school and you say, oh, did you have a good day today? I'm telling them that I want them to say, yeah, it was a good day. I'm telling them I want the answer. But if I do that, then if I tell them what I want them to say, that can bring up a lot of issues as far as, taking away information from what really happened. It could be inserting information of things that didn't happen. I don't want to put things in their head. I want them to be able to tell me, not me to tell them, because it didn't happen to me.
And during the interview, you have other things in the room with you, like crayons, toys, things like that. What's the purpose of that?
We have paper crayons, markers, some fidget things. When we talk about the various types of abuse that we talk to kids about, a lot of them want to fidget. They don't want to necessarily have eye contact because information like that's not comfortable to talk about. So we give them something that they can do during that time. Sometimes if a kid doesn't want to say a word, especially for like genitalia, I will offer for them to write it down, and they'll do that. Or if they don't even want to tell me what it is that they're there to talk to me about, I will offer for them to write it down. So it allows them to be able to tell me about what's happened without having to actually look at me and say the words.
In your 18 years, about how many people, kids or adults, have you interviewed regarding reports of sexual assault?
So a very low estimate would be 5,000.
And in your 18 years of experience, have you had occasion where a victim has waited to disclose childhood sexual assault until years after it occurred?
Most of the kids don't tell right away. It's usually months and years down the road, yes.
Have you had experiences where a child repeatedly denied sexual assault and then disclosed after repeated denials?
Yes, we often, with referral calls that we take, a parent will call us, a doctor will call us with concerns, but what we always say is if a child has not told somebody that they know and trust, they're not going to come in and tell a total stranger. And the other thing is, like, we can have concerns all we want, but until that child is ready to tell, until that child feels safe enough to tell, nobody's going to make them tell us anything.
In your experience, what are some reasons that you've learned that might explain why they deny even multiple times before they disclose?
Well, I mean, from things that kids have actually told me, they weren't ready to tell. They love that person. They didn't want that person to get in trouble. They didn't want to get in trouble because they were told they would get in trouble if they told. Sometimes they've said that just saying it out loud made it real, and they didn't want it to be real. I've had kids tell me that, they've been told that they'll get removed from the home and have to go to foster care. They'll tell them that their parent will be mad at them, that they'll be hurt, that their family will be hurt. Something terrible will happen to them. Somebody will kill them. Somebody will smack them. Just had a kid told me that they would be kicked out of their house and wouldn't be able to come back. So that's a few of them.
Have you had experiences where a child doesn't even realize that what's happening to them is bad?
Oh yeah, they've been able to tell me that, like, it didn't feel right, but they were young, so they didn't know really what it was or what to do until they got a little bit older and started learning about stuff.
Have you had experiences where a child thinks the sexual assault is the child's fault?
Oh yes, very much so.
What about experiences in which the child and the abuser appear to everyone else to be very close?
Well, that can be a huge part of the keeping of the secret, not wanting people to know about it. And it's, part of the compartmentalizing. It could be that, 99% of the time things are great. So I'm going to put this other stuff over here in this little 1% part of my brain.
In your experience, do victims still, if they have a loving relationship, still love their abuser even after the assaults have started?
Yeah, if there's like a loving relationship there, or like a caretaker role, usually that's still a loving relationship.
Do victims often feel protective of their abusers?
I wouldn't say often, but I would say at least, it could go anywhere from 25 to 50% of the time, yeah.
On March 22nd of 2024, 2024, did you perform a forensic interview of Sierra Webb?
Yes, I did.
And did you prepare a report following that interview?
I did.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Young man who has previously been marked as State's Exhibit 1 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is my social work note write-up and the physician's note that they wrote up.
And did you complete that report during the ordinary course of your business following the interview of Sierra?
Yes, I did.
And what is Sierra's date of birth?
April 9, 2010.
And on March 22nd, 2024, when Sierra came into the Mayerson Clinic to be interviewed, what was the process that was gone through when she first came in?
Well, we got a referral call. The appointment was scheduled, and when kids come in, what my protocol is to go out, introduce myself to the family and the child, let them know what to expect from the day, that like when I talk to a child, it's just going to be them and me. We're going to record the interview because that way it proves what the kid says is what the kid says, what I say is what I say, and it proves I'm not telling them what to say, or like when I write up my note that it proves that I'm not making stuff up. I wouldn't do that anyway, is what I tell them, but like this way it just proves it. I let them know when our community partners are there and observing, I let them know that, and they observe from a totally different room. I let them know that after the interview, I will talk with the doctors and let them know what the child says so that they don't have to retell their story again. And then I will meet with the family afterwards, provide them resources, and answer questions that they might have.
And did you record this interview as it was taking place?
Yes, it's recorded.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 3 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
What says it's a Mayerson interview.
And would that be the Mayerson interview that you conducted on March the 22nd, 2024?
I'm not sure until I see it.
Okay.
Sorry.
Who would be on, if it were the interview or the video from that interview, who would be on the video?
It would be myself and Sierra.
Okay. At this time, who would ask to play it?
I think we'll do it. Play it. Any objection?
No.
Okay. Mine is, you're not going to play the entire thing, you're going to play an
We're going to
excerpt?
play 13 minutes of it.
All right.
Now, at the beginning of this, for the first 30 minutes of the video, what would you be doing with Sierra?
Well, the first stage of a forensic interview is rapport building, information gathering. I'm assessing her developmental abilities, and I'm also practicing narrative with her, letting her tell me about certain things to see if she can do a narrative. Some kids can't. And then I'm also going over the rules with her, and the rules that we go over with them are, if I say something and if you say something, I repeat it back to you and it's not what you said, I want you to tell me and correct me. Because while we talk, I want to talk about things that are real, things that are true, and things that really happen. So I want you to correct me if I don't have it real and true. I let them know that they can say whatever they want to say. They can use whatever words they want to use when we're talking. They're not going to get in any trouble with me. Like I say, I just want to make sure that whatever we talk about is the truth. I let them know that if I ask a question and they don't know the answer, that's okay. They can tell me that. If they're not sure about an answer, they can let me know that. Or if I ask a question and it doesn't make sense, they can tell me that too, and I can try to word it differently. And then I will ask them if while we're talking that day, do they promise to tell me the truth?
And when you look at the video, is that you and Sierra Webb on the video?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to start this at 30 minutes in. Is this, well, let's go ahead and play.
And things like that. I'm going to tell you just a little bit about me. I'm a social worker here at the hospital. There's a lot of different kinds of social workers here at the hospital that work in like specific, areas of the hospital, like medical conditions and stuff like that. But the kind of social worker that I am is that I work here, and where I talk to kids about safety stuff, make sure that like kids know safety rules, if they look to do if something happens that makes them feel not safe, or something happens that shouldn't happen to them. Sometimes when I talk to kids, they tell me that they feel really safe. Sometimes like with the little kids, we kind of have to like help them figure out like safety rules and stuff like that. But I'm sorry. But other times when I talk to kids, they tell me about things that happen that should not have happened to them, or things that happen that made them feel unsafe, or things that have happened that made them feel uncomfortable or not right. And when kids tell me those kind of things, I try to find out as much as I can about it, because first of all, I wasn't there, and it would be right for me to guess. We've been in this job a really long time, so I've heard a lot of stuff, so me guessing, you know, there's so much stuff I've heard that like, it wouldn't be just fair to guess, so. But it also helps me gather the information that I need to be able to pass on to the doctors, like I told you out there, so that they can talk with you about medical stuff. It also helps me figure out, like, I thought they have like some resources and things like that that you need to be helpful for you or helpful for mom, stuff like that. Does that make sense or does it not make sense? So, no more, you tell me what you're here to talk to me about today.
So, I had this good friend, and one time, like, I got raped by him.
You were what?
Raped.
Okay.
And, so how it started was that this happened like a few years ago that, I was like really scared of the dark one time. It had like 9 years old. But, so I would look down in his room and like ran out, and Josh was like, they shared a room together, so I'm like in the room, leave out. I didn't want to go in there, so I asked him if like, I could sleep next to him or something, because I was scared of the dark, and he said, sure. So like, I laid down next to him, and like, a few minutes later, I feel him moving around and everything, and then he like starts taking off all my clothes, like head to toe, and he just started like kissing me like every remember line. Like I didn't feel comfortable, I didn't know what to do. So I just sat still. And when it was finally like done, I did not know all my clothes, nothing as he threw them everywhere. So I had to go to my dresser and get like new clothes. And I stayed in my room and it took me like a while waiting for my sleep. But while he was like doing that to me and everything, he was like basically threatening me, telling me that if I tell my mom or anybody at all, he will like make sure something bad will happen. Which I didn't understand what he was getting to that and what it was going to be. So I didn't say anything. And like, the next day, I was like, I didn't really want to go around him. But I kind of like acted really suspicious about like my siblings, and they asked me why I don't be around him or why I'm mad at him or something. So I just stayed like a little bit far apart from him, but like not so far apart. And then he didn't like do anything that night. But then the next day, I stayed on my bed because I felt like something would happen if I went back in his room. So I stayed on my bed. And when I was up, I was asleep, and then I just like felt my bed shaking, which is basically what woke me up. And all I like see is like my uncle right there taking my clothes off again. And then he like puts his mouth down where my area is. and that, so he took it a bit more too far than he did. And then he like starts licking my ear and everything, which is not like that. And so you know what he right?
There's continuities, so which means we
Like on the neck. But he didn't give me one. But he basically tried to, but I didn't like, I just wanted to actually stop. So he didn't stop one, but I told him that I would tell my mom if he actually wouldn't stop. I told him like how it would happen, and she still told my mom. So he stopped. And then I can't remember what else happened after that. But I remember one time on Christmas Eve, which I don't know what year it was. I think it was maybe 2 years ago on Christmas Eve. But I don't like, my brother sitting next to me because I remember where technically he didn't know it was my mom. So I told him to sit next to me on the floor. So he did. We woke up, and then my uncle was standing right there, and then he starts yelling at my brother who's sitting next to me, and then my brother's really not talking, and that's why he's so mad. And then my uncle was really saying that me and my brother had sex even though we didn't. If I'm not like that at all, and I knew that's my brother. And let's see. And then I remember, I think it was like last year this happened. I was trying to hide from my uncle so he wouldn't like go near me. So I hid like under my bed. Like it was like a bug bed, so it was like hard off the floor, but no one was under it. I showed them everything, so it was pretty cool because it was handmade by my dad. But so I slept like under my bed and everything. And then when my uncle had found me again, because I was hiding under so many blankets, I was just floating there, so I kept moving around. And so he found me next to me, and he did the same thing, told me to stop hiding. He had like taped to the same stuff over again, so nothing really changed. But he still kept doing the same thing. And then the next day after that, I went and hid into my closet. My sister asked me why I was hiding in the closet, and I said I didn't want to sleep here tonight because I just feel like it. So she slept on her bed, and so I went in the closet, and then since she was clean, I stayed there. One night I was hearing him walk in my room. I couldn't like really, so I tried to be quiet, like not move at all. And then he was like in my room for a little while, looking at like the same spots I was at behind him. And he didn't stop and walk away, so we go back to his room. So I was just standing there the rest of the time. And then he hasn't like did it for one more time after that. So I thought like, okay, since he hasn't been doing anything to me lately, I'm just going to sleep in my, like there And then this time he tried to put like his private in mine, but he didn't because I tried to log force and not doing it. And then, well, he calmed over me, and the next day I was asking my brother, since he's 4 and he had 3 years, me and the Jewish really getting to that age where we started to understand a lot more of that stuff. So I asked my brother a lot of questions about sex and how it works, and he says that, well, he told me a lot of things, and he told me about calm and everything, and I asked him what that was, and he told me that. So then I started telling my brother about what we were doing, like analyzing videos, and he was going to tell my mom, and I told him not to, because I told him how he was threatening me, and Josh was being nice and like all positive, he told me that he might tell him, so he did. And then he started like, I know like this year, like 12, not this year, but last year, when I was 12 years old. We moved like into like the house I'm in now with my grandma and grandma, and then he told my uncle moved in with us and everything, and it was like he probably stayed like a couple of nights, but he never did anything. But if it was just a week after that, he was like still come around and do the same things anyway. So, I was so happy when I found out he was moving out. But,
Now, after this, there's a lot of video left, but what is the, what do you do after this part?
Since she told me about several different incidents and it seemed to me that she kind of skipped over things, I went back through each incident and asked clarifying questions and basically had her narrate what happened to me, like what's the very next thing that happened, and then what happened next, and then what happened next, and then I would ask questions about, how were your clothes when this happened, or were your clothes on your body, off your body, or something else? Where was his body? We try to ask about the senses, like what you could see, what you could hear, what you could feel, what you could smell, what you could taste, what they're doing with their hands. And through that, she's given me additional information and details about each incident. Because again, it's difficult to talk about, so kids will sometimes walk you right up to the inappropriate sexual contact and skip right over that and then say, and then I ran out of the room, but we don't do that because I can't assume what that contact is, so I have them walk me through what happened.
And based on what she told you, did you record those notes in your report as well?
I did.
And how old was Sierra when the first incident occurred?
She told me she was 9.
And when the last incident occurred?
She was 12.
Now, following the interview, was a medical exam completed of Sierra?
I reviewed the information with the doctors. She wasn't having any medical complaints, and when the doctors talked to her, she reiterated that to them. And one thing we tell kids is and a parent, we would never make a kid have an exam because that's taking control of them, and we're not going to make them do that. She declined an exam, but our doctors recommended STD testing.
What about, did you make any recommendations to follow up for mental health treatment?
I did. she completed a trauma screen prior to the interview after they registered, and her trauma screen was positive for trauma symptoms. So I recommended therapy, but when I recommended therapy, they said she actually was already talking to a therapist. So so I provided like information about healthy grounding techniques, healthy coping skills, things like that.
And then, in your experience, when a child is repeatedly sexually assaulted, is it common for them to kind of merge those events together and then need to separate them again and then merge them?
Oh, yes.
I have no further questions.
Just go ahead and go with your cross.
Oh, okay. Six, you've been with UC Marison, or Children's Hospital Marison, for 18 years?
Yes.
Okay. And usually when you find yourself in that situation, when I say that, I mean that interview situation, how did you come to be there?
Like me, myself, or how did I come to?
Either you or the other party.
Well, a kid is referred to us, it gets scheduled by our admins, and then one of my coworkers typically assigns us to which patient we see.
Okay. How do they get referred to you?
Several different ways. It could be a physician, it could be school, it could be a therapist, children's services, law enforcement. Lately, judges have been ordering it, guardian ad litem, things like that.
Okay. Do you recall how Sierra came to be referred to you at that time?
I believe law enforcement referred her to us.
Law enforcement as in the Highland County Sheriff's Department?
Yes, it was the sheriff's office.
Okay. And do you get any information before you begin the interview?
I get the information that our admins write down, which is sometimes minimal, sometimes it's a lot.
Okay. Where do the admins get it from?
The person that's calling to schedule the appointment.
So usually a guardian or children's services or someone like that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall the information you had prior to beginning your interview that day?
Yes, the information that I had was that Sierra was disclosing that she was inappropriately touched by the alleged perpetrator, Rufus, and that he had raped her. Sorry.
And that's sort of after your, I guess, initial rapport building, we take up where we started the video today.
Yes.
When you, I guess, invite Sierra to provide narrative, she talks about the incident initially with you and about what happened with Rufus Brummet, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So in that video clip that was played, she talks about an incident when she was 9, although she doesn't identify herself as being 9 at that time.
Correct.
In that clip that we just played, correct?
Yeah, at one point she mentioned a few years ago, and she was 13 when I interviewed her, so that would have maybe been when she was 10, but yeah, she provided her age of 9 when I had gone back through the information that she had already told me.
Right, when you go back and clarify and redirect questions back to her, she provides her age in that.
Yes.
So initially when Sierra starts to speak, you hear her say that she went down to his room, meaning Mr. Brummett's room. I didn't want to bother my other siblings. I think that I tried to be as verbatim as I could, but I think that's pretty close to what she said.
Possibly, I don't remember.
Okay. And then she referenced a time last year. Now, this interview was March of 2024.
March 22nd, 2024.
Okay. So this year. She states that last year that she had hidden under her bed.
Yes.
Okay.
I think she said like hid on her bed, like under a bunch of blankets, because under her bed is the shelving and a desk, I think.
Okay. And then the day after that, she hid in the closet.
Yes.
Okay. And then but there was an incident Christmas Eve, maybe 2 years ago, where Mr. Brummet had started yelling at her brother, the judge,
For laying next to her, yes.
for laying next to her, yes. Given that this interview was March of 2024, that would place it around Christmas Eve 2021, 2022.
She said like 2 years ago. It could be 2022, yeah, I mean,
Somewhere in there.
yeah.
Okay. When you redirect Sierra later on in this same interview, you ask her several times if she had, after any of these incidents, used the restroom, anything like that. Is that right?
I don't remember if I went through that after each incident or closer to the end, and I went back to each incident. I don't remember how but I usually ask about that because of medical purposes.
When you ask about that, what are you looking for or looking to gather?
I'm wondering if she was experiencing any medical symptoms that our doctors would want to know about, like pain with urination, discharge, seeing something different in her underwear or toilet paper in the toilet to let me know if there was like ejaculation, if she's having any like lower belly pain to maybe indicate like an STD, things that our doctors are going to want to know. But I ask while I'm in there so that they don't have to provide that information to the doctor. I can do that.
Okay. It just gives you a way to relay information to the medical staff.
Yes.
Okay. And I know that there was talk of medical procedures were declined that day, correct?
When I introduce myself, I let them know that we have doctors there. We can do exams, but we don't make kids have exams. And I think I even mentioned it in talking with her there. And then my recollection is that she didn't have any medical complaints, so she declined like physical medical care. But the doctors did do STD testing.
It's laboratory tests.
Yes.
You wouldn't have been part of that, correct?
Sometimes I'm in there talking to the family and the doctor knocks on the door and I let them come in, but
Well, I mean, the actual collection of the samples, things of that nature.
No, we don't even do that up at our center. We can collect urine at our center, but any blood work is done at our lab.
So after the 22nd of March 2024, what follow-up occurs?
They're typically told that like if all the tests are negative, they won't hear from us. But if something comes back positive, we will call them. They're also told that if they want to know for sure, they can call us and find out. And then if like with HIV testing, the recommendation is like 6 weeks after last contact, 3 months after last contact, and 6 months after last contact to retest. So I don't know if follow-up testing was recommended for her after that initial testing, because she had told me the last time it happened was when she was 12, but when I saw her, she was 13, although she was almost 14. So I don't remember if they recommended or ordered follow-up testing.
Aside from medical follow-up, what follow-up do you do, or what's your next step after this interview?
I made a report to Children's Services because of her disclosure, and law enforcement hadn't yet reported it to Children's Services. So as a mandated reporter, I called and made a report to Children's Services. And I believe by this time, we also, one of the things that we do is if we have somebody's caretaker's email address, our accreditation requires us to follow up with families via phone call or email for the next 3 months after the appointment. So if I had Sierra's mom/aunt's email address, I would have followed up with emails. Sometimes people respond, sometimes they don't, and I just resend the next one, and then after 3 months, I don't send any more emails.
Do you recall receiving any responses?
I don't remember.
Okay. That's all I've got, Your Honor.
Good record.
No questions, Your Honor?
Right, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch. It's a little past noon, so we can finish the witness. I have 12:17. I'd like to be back by in the jury no later than 1:30, so we can get started and anticipate we'll wrap up the evidence in an hour and a half or so. Remember, during the break, all the instructions of the court, don't discuss the matter, don't post anything about it, social media, don't let anyone discuss it. Your presence, don't discuss it with each other, don't do any research on the matter, don't read or listen or anything about it. Should run into something. So 12:30 or 1:30.
Please rise. Members of the jury.
So we're gonna do it on the same,
Well, Jensen's not in,
Reverend Steve versus Jensen.
all right there, Mr. Bennett's still connecting. Can you hear me, Mr. Bennett? I can't hear him, he's not connected yet.
Ben, this is a video conference?
Yes.
Presentation.
Presentation, video conference is the link to the sheriff's office. Mr. King, if you have Mr. Bennett's cell phone number, can you or Ms. Collins text him, tell him to log out, try to log back in?
Number, Your Honor, I do. If you do recall from the prior Zoom hearing, he tends to have trouble to get his camera to work.
Yeah, but he's not connecting. I can't hear him.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it says he's connecting to audio.
But I don't have.
Mr. Bennett, if you can hear me, I suggest that you log out and maybe reboot your phone and then call back in.
Your Honor, would you like me to try to give him a call?
Oh, yeah, if you could call in, go ahead.
his client's gonna call him.
Never mind, his client's going to try to call him.
Go on, pause, Your Honor.
Yeah, go ahead.
Back on record.
We're on record. This is a Zoom pre-trial case. You're Zachary Jensen appearing there from the probation department.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And Mr. Bennett, his attorney, is appearing, and he's on the screen by audio only with a video transmission problem. The state's represented by Assistant Prosecutor King. Defendant's charged with gross sexual imposition, 3 counts of rape, 2 counts of unlawful sexual conduct with a minor. This is a final pretrial. We have a trial date set for October 30. Looks like everyone's completed discovery. Is discovery complete as far as both counsel are aware?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
And there are no pretrial motions pending, are there?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So where do we stand in terms of potential resolution of the case?
Judge, I was presented with an offer from the state of Ohio. I presented it to my client, and he rejected it. He completed the form, and I believe that the prosecutor is in possession of that form.
Okay. All right. So then we're on for the 30th of October, I believe. And how many days do we expect this trial to take? What's your estimate, Mr. King?
I would say 2 days, Your Honor.
Mr. Bennett?
That was my, that's my prediction also.
Okay,
I
all
believe
right.
1 or 2 day trial.
All right, okay. All right. Well, Mr. Jensen, Mr. Bennett may have told you this, but the court has a long-standing policy that no plea bargaining. We don't wait till the trial or real close to the trial date and do plea bargaining at the last minute. If there is going to be any settlement of the case, it has to be done 14 days prior to the trial date, because that's when we send out jury notices and clear the calendar for the trial, and jurors change their lives and everything changes. So if there is to be any potential resolution, it needs to be on record by the 14 days, which would be, I guess, October 17. So I just want you to be aware of that. All right. So at this point then, I don't think there's any need for any further hearings. So if there should be, counsel in this need to contact opposing counsel, and the court will schedule something. All right. Is there anything further from counsel?
No, Your Honor.
No.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. All right. This is case number 24 CR 74, State of Ohio versus Deborah K. Hatfield. This is an arraignment. Ms. Hatfield's appearing by video from the jail. Ms. Hatfield, you were indicted by the grand jury back on May the 7th on 3 counts of aggravated trafficking of methamphetamine and 3 counts of aggravated possession of methamphetamine. Count 1 alleges that on or about November 15, 2023 in this county, you knowingly sold or offered to sell methamphetamine over bulk, less than 5 times bulk. Count 3 alleges you did the same thing on December 9, 2023 in this county. Count 5 alleges the same on December 13, 2023. And then the counts 2, 4, and 6 are possession allegations that you possess those amounts on the dates of the time that you are alleged to have sold or offered to sell methamphetamine. Each of those are third-degree felonies. They carry a potential sentence of between 9 and 36 months each, and a fine of up to $10,000, a mandatory fine of $5,000, and a possible license suspension of 6 months to 5 years. Now, you are entitled to have an attorney to represent you, and if you don't have the money to hire one, the court will appoint one for you. And let's see. I see you did fill out a financial disclosure indicating you live at 2900 Stony Road in Peebles, and you're unemployed, have no income. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And then the court will find that you are entitled to appointed counsel. Is this the first time you have been in court on this case?
Yes.
All right, the court is going to appoint Attorney William Armentrout of Hillsborough, Ohio, to represent you. And in the absence of counsel, I'll enter a not guilty plea on your behalf. I'll set a bail review hearing for Wednesday morning, October the 2nd at 8:30 a.m. That'll be by Zoom. First pretrial will be October 16 at 16, yeah, at 2:15 p.m. I'm sorry, 1 o'clock p.m. Not 2:15, 1 o'clock. And then final pretrial will be November the 20th at 1 o'clock, and trial will be December the 9th at 8 a.m. Bond will be set in the amount of $20,000 plus your own recognizance, which is your promise to appear. And if you fail to appear, you could be prosecuted for an additional felony. And if convicted, sentenced on that, no matter what happens in this case. If you do make bond, you'll be under pretrial supervision of the probation department at 117 East Main Street. You report to them immediately after court or after release. And then once a week for 4 weeks after that, as they determine, undergo random drug testing. They may order, provide phone numbers for home, cell, and employer. And if recommended by probation department, you'll be evaluated for substance abuse or mental health issues. Any treatments indicated, you're to enroll in and follow that during pendency of this action. Also, you'll be under house arrest at your residence, meaning you have to be there at all times unless you're working, going to and from work, medical appointments, court proceedings in this or any other case, appointments with an attorney or probation officer in this or any other case. You can also attend any kind of job training, educational programming, any kind of educational programming, and church services. Other than that, you have to be there at all times. And if you fail to comply, that bond could be revoked and you could be required to be in custody until further order of the court. All right, we'll notify your attorney of his appointment, and there'll be a bond review Wednesday morning. All right, are we doing the probation violation? You haven't got it set up yet? All right. I guess that's it for right now then. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, back on record, case number 24 CR 64, State of Ohio versus Rufus Brummet. Jury and court's returned from lunch, so we'll resume the case. Remind everybody, keep your cell phones turned off. Your next witness.
Josh Brummet.
I'll look around. It's got to be in there. Or maybe they did. Have you been sworn in the clerk's office? Okay, have a seat right there. And then that board has the microphone on it. I want you to slide it all the way to your left as far as it'll go. Right there. All right, keep your voice up and speak into that when you're answering questions. May inquire.
Thank you. Will you please state your name for the record?
Joshua Brummet.
And can you spell your last name?
Brummett.
Have you watched any of this trial on YouTube?
No.
Josh, how old are you?
17.
Are you in school?
Yes, ma'am.
What grade are you in?
11th.
And do you know Sierra Webb?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you know her?
She's my sister.
And how old is she?
14.
And who's Monica Wilder?
My mother.
Is she your real mom, or is that who you call mom now?
That's who I call mom now.
And do you know Rufus Brummet?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you know Rufus?
He's my great uncle.
How long have you known him?
Most of my life.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please point him out for the court? Please let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Shall.
At some point, did you go to live with Monica Wilder?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember how old you were when you went to live with her?
9 years old.
And when you moved, or when you went to live with Monica, was the defendant living there?
Yes, ma'am.
Who else lived there at the time?
Stephen.
Is that Stephen Wilder?
Yeah.
And then, how many kids lived there altogether?
4.
Okay. And then 5 counting you?
No, 4 including all of us.
Okay. And you were 9 years old when you went to live with her?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did, how many bedrooms were in the house when you went to live with Monica?
3.
And who slept in your bedroom?
Rufus and Brianna and me.
Where did Sierra sleep?
And with Michaela.
Is that in a different bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And how close was that bedroom to your bedroom?
Pretty close.
On the same floor?
Yes.
Was there ever a time that Sierra would come to your room to sleep?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did she sleep when she came into your room?
On the floor.
Did anything about her sleeping in there, does anything about that stick out to you? Did you notice anything maybe the next day that was odd?
There'd be some of her clothes off.
Where would you see?
By my bed.
Like on the floor or hanging up or what?
On the floor.
And how long ago was this?
A few years ago.
So would that be 2 or 3 or 4 or something else?
3.
Probably 3 years ago. Now, at some point in 2023, did Sierra come to you and talk to you about some grown-up stuff?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember when that was?
No, ma'am.
Was it in the summer, winter, spring?
Spring.
Okay. So in the spring of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did she come and talk to you about?
She told me what Rufus did to her.
Did she ask you some questions about stuff that guys know about?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did she ask you about?
She asked me about the white sticky substance.
Did you explain that to her?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you tell anyone what Sierra told you?
No,
Why not?
because I was afraid for her to just be mad at me or anything.
Did you finally tell somebody about what Sarah told you?
Yes, ma'am.
And who did you tell first?
Mom.
So would that be Monica?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember when you told her about this?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that? Let me back up. If you don't remember it exactly.
December.
Okay.
It was December 2023.
Okay. And later on, do you remember a time when you and Mom and Sarah, all three, were together and talked about this?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember when that conversation took place?
I don't remember when.
Do you remember how the conversation started?
Yes.
What were you guys talking about?
I reminded Sierra about what happened, and I convinced her to, that we should tell Mom about this, even though I told her before.
So, and then the two of you talked to your mom about this?
Yes, ma'am.
And we're saying Mom, but that's Monica, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions.
Ross?
Hi, Josh. You're 17 now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At the time that you're speaking about, so when you first moved with Monica and Stephen and Rufus, do you remember what year that was?
No.
Do you remember where they lived?
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
First, we lived in Martinsville, and then we moved to Belfast area, Seaman.
Okay, the Seaman address.
Yeah.
Okay. The house that you moved into, was it old, new, somewhere in between?
It was old.
Was it like a farmhouse, a ranch?
A farmhouse.
Okay, so it was an old farmhouse.
Yes, sir.
You said that there were 3 bedrooms in that house, right?
Yes, sir.
Was there an upstairs and a downstairs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where was your bedroom?
Upstairs.
And who else's bedroom was upstairs?
Sierra's and Michaela's.
Okay. So Sierra and Michaela had a bedroom. You had a bedroom with Rufus and who else?
Brianna.
Okay. And then where's the 3rd bedroom?
Downstairs.
Is there a bathroom in the house?
Yes, sir.
Where's that?
Upstairs.
Okay. You talked about seeing clothes missing, right? When was that?
Whenever she started sleeping in our room.
Okay. When she started sleeping in your room, how frequently was it?
She'd sleep on the weekends.
On the weekends? Okay. So during the week, she would stay in her room?
Sometimes her room, sometimes in my room.
Okay. Okay. When she slept in your room, where did she sleep?
On the floor.
Okay. Who else slept on the floor?
Michaela sometimes. Well, yeah, Michaela sometimes.
Okay. So sometimes both her and Michaela would sleep on the floor.
Yes.
So, how often did they sleep in their bedroom?
On weekdays when we had school.
Okay. In the spring of 2023, you testified that Sierra came to you and told you or asked you about some things that were going on with Rufus, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How do you know it was spring?
Because that's when school was and it wasn't winter.
Okay, so school was still in, and it wasn't winter.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when she came to you, where were you living?
In a house with
Which
my mom.
house? Isn't that Seaman address still? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall when you moved from that Seaman address?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay. Where's the next place that you lived?
Where we live now, but instead of living in the back, we lived with our mom.
Okay. Would that be Deb and Ron Palmer?
Yes, sir.
So you lived in their house next. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And then at the time that you and Sierra and your mom had that conversation that you referenced earlier, where were you living?
With Ron and Debbie.
Okay, with the Palmers at that address. But you hadn't moved to your new house yet? The house
Yes,
you're
sir.
living now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said that you initially told your mom in December of 2023?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did anything happen after that?
I don't know what you mean.
I mean, was Rufus still living with you?
No.
No? Okay. And did Sierra find out that you told your mom?
No.
No? Okay. When you had the conversation with Sierra and your mother, would that have been March of this year?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you go to any law enforcement officers after that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would it have been soon after that?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how soon after that?
No, sir.
Okay. That's all I've got, Your Honor.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
I'd like you to step down. You can go ahead and step up, go out the way you can. Thank you. Next witness.
Monica Wilder.
Were you sworn in the clerk's office? Yes. All right, you would come right in there and have a seat. Make sure if you have a cell phone, it's off. That's a microphone right there. If you would pull that all the way to the left. Just keep your voice up and answer your questions, please.
Okay.
May inquire.
Please state your name for the record.
Monica Wilder,
And can you spell your last name?
Wilder.
Have you watched any of the trial on YouTube today?
No,
Monica, how many children do you have?
I have 6.
Okay, tell us about this. Like, are they all biological children or?
So I have 3 biological children, Michaela, Brianna, and Eilena Wilder.
And then I have 3 kids that I took custody of. So Josh Brummet, Sierra Webb, took custody of them almost 8 years ago now. And then Chance Brummet, their younger brother, we took custody of later. It's been 6 years now for him.
So Sierra that we've heard from earlier today, that's one of the kids that you're talking about?
Yes.
And Josh also is one of the kids that you're talking about?
Yes.
And how long have Josh and Sierra lived with you?
It'll be 8 years in March. It's coming March, so it's been almost 7.5.
So, and how did they come to live with you? How did that happen?
So I was at work one day and I received a phone call. It was their biological mom, Latashwa. She had called and wanted to know if they can come spend the weekend with us. And then that's when we found out why Children's Services were involved due to their mom's alcohol and drug issues. She was unable to complete the programs to get the kids back. I was the only person in the family that they were able to get a hold of that did not have some type of criminal background and had a home where they could take them in. Because these kids have no biological relationship to me whatsoever.
So that's how they came to live with you, and then you eventually got legal custody of them, so they're yours forever now?
Yes, I stepped in and we took them in. At first it was a couple days, then a couple weeks, and then we had them for a year, and they asked if I would take full custody, and I said yes.
Do you know Rufus Brummet?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
So biologically, I'm not sure what the whole family thing is, but Stephen's my husband. Stephen always called him his cousin. Sometimes they call him his uncle, but it was Stephen's relation. That's how I met him. And then when Stephen lost his job, I went to work. Stephen did not feel he could take care of our 2 kids on his own, so he asked Rufus to move in with us to help care for the kids.
Do you see Rufus Brummet in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point him out for the court, please? Please let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant.
Michelle?
And do you know what Sierra's date of birth is?
Yes, 4/9/2010.
In 2019, where were you living?
We were living at 685 Locust Road, Seaman, Ohio, but it is Highland County.
And when did you move away from that address?
It would have been June of 2023.
In 2019, who was living in your home?
So the adults would have been myself, Stephen, Rufus, and then the kids would have been Josh, Sierra, Michaela, Brianna, and Chance, because Eilena wasn't born yet.
And how long did the defendant live in your home?
Off and on over 9 years, roughly.
Can you tell us where everyone slept in this house?
So Stephen and I slept downstairs in the bedroom. Upstairs was 2 bedrooms. When we first moved in, Michaela, Brianna, and Sierra slept in one room. Josh and Rufus slept in the other room. When Chance come to live with us, at first he was with us in our room because he was a baby. When he was old enough to go upstairs, he went to Josh's room. We also had some issues with Brianna and Sierra. So Brianna actually did move into the same room as Rufus and Josh after those issues.
At some point, did the defendant move out of your home?
He did. He moved out for roughly 6 months or so. I'm not sure on the timeline. He moved in with his son. He also left a couple times to go visit him, and then I believe there was a girlfriend or something that he left to go stay with in New Richmond for a weekend or something.
When the defendant lived in your home, were there concerns raised regarding him and Sierra?
The only concern that ever was raised, I'd come home from work and Josh was kind of upset, had stated that there's something going on between Rufus and Sierra. When we talked to him, Rufus had told us that Sierra got upset because he wouldn't let her play on his phone. So she was going to lie and tell us that he touched her inappropriately. So because of that, he was going to pack his stuff and leave. And then after that happened, Sierra said, okay, I won't do it because I don't want you to leave, because all the other kids started crying. And then she told us that nothing had happened.
When did you find out that something really had happened?
It would have been December of 2023.
And who told you about this?
Well, December 2023 is when Josh had said something to us. Sierra didn't want Josh to tell anyone, so he begged me not to talk to her about it, and that he was going to talk to her and get her to talk to us. It was March of 24 when Sierra finally did tell me.
Why did you wait that long before you talked to her about it again?
I was worried that if I brought it up, she would kind of clam up. To me, she had really confided in Josh, and I thought that with time she would be able to come out and talk to us.
At this point, was the defendant living in your home anymore?
No.
Did you question the defendant about the allegations that Sierra made?
So the first one, when it happened and I come home from work, I didn't believe it was true. Rufus said it wasn't true. Sierra told us that she was lying about it. Everything seemed fine. When Josh said something to me in December, that's when, I said, "Are you sure?" And he goes, "Yes, something really did happen. She begged me not to tell you." So after that, I said, "Okay, I'm not going to say nothing." I, however, was pretty upset about it. I had messaged Rufus and told him that, hey, this was brought up. I was upset. I probably didn't say some nice things. And I wanted to know why in the world he would do something like that, especially to, he was the only biological relative she had still in her life. And he said that he didn't do it at first. The next thing he said was, "Well, I can't control what I do when I sleepwalk." And then I got ticked off again. I said, "You're disgusting. That's gross. I can't believe you're going to blame this on sleepwalking. You've never slept walk in this house. All the kids can even testify to that. I can't believe you did this." And then he went back to, "Oh, I didn't do it."
At some point in March of 2024, did you, Sierra, and Josh have a conversation about what happened?
Yes.
Tell us how that happened.
So I got up one night and was heading to the restroom and heard Josh and Sierra talking, which was right next to the restroom, when they were talking about being depressed or something. So I opened the door, kind of see what was going on. We kind of made a joke. Everything seemed fine. I turned to leave, and Josh said, "Well, wait, Mom. I think Sierra needs to tell you something." I said, "Okay." So at first, Sierra didn't want to say anything, and then Josh goes, "Sierra, you need to tell her. Mom already knows." So she did. And I told her that I believed her, that I was there for her, and that and she asked what we was going to do next, and I told her it was up to her, and gave her time to kind of think about stuff, and the next day is when she said she wanted to report it.
Have you noticed a difference in Sierra since the defendant moved out of the house?
Yeah, so honestly, I wasn't the first one who noticed it. My mom and my dad were. They made a comment about how Sierra was coming out of the room more, socializing more. She was actually leaving the house, going places and doing things. She had began to kind of joke around and just seemed more cheerful and open with everyone. And honestly, her relationship with her siblings really improved as well.
I have no further questions.
Ross?
Monica, where do you live now?
So right now I live at 51 State Route 247 in Hillsborough.
Okay. And at the time of taking either temporary or legal custody of Josh and Sierra, where did you live?
At that time we lived in Martinsville, out on Main Street.
Where did you move to after that?
After that, we moved to 685 Locust Road in Seaman.
Okay. And that's in Highland County, right?
Yes, that's in Highland County.
All right. And you moved out of there when?
It would have been June of 2023 when we moved due to the farm being sold.
The farm that you were living in was part of an estate?
Yes, it was a part of Palmer Valley, Palmer Brothers, as a estate of my great uncle and great aunt.
And it was auctioned in February of 2024, 23 rather, sorry.
Yeah, 23, because the first auction of the machinery started on the 18th of February. That was my daughter's birthday, and the following week was when the farm was auctioned.
The 25th ring bell?
Yes.
Okay. But you guys didn't move out until June of 2023?
That's correct.
Why?
So we moved out when we were told to.
Okay. Where did you move to at that point?
With my parents on State Route 247. Same address as now, 4151. But at the time we lived with my parents. Now I have my own home on the property.
That would be Ron and Deb Palmer.
Ronald Palmer Jr. and Debbie Palmer, yes.
The allegations that you're talking about here today with Sierra and Rufus,
Yes.
they occurred at the 685 address in Seaman?
From what she's told us, yes.
Okay. You first became aware of them when?
The first time we had actual, not the whole her say, he say thing that happened at Locust Road, but December of 23, when Josh came to us and said, this did actually happen, she confided in me. That was the first time that I had reason to believe something had happened.
But that's not the time that Sierra said nothing happened.
No, that happened probably a couple years before that. She was a lot younger.
A couple years before that?
Yeah, because at the time I worked for Southern Ohio Ag Foundation. They closed their doors in 2020 due to COVID, so I was still working there at the time. So it was at least in 2020.
So 2020?
At least, yes.
In December of 2023, when
Yes.
Josh came to you, what did he tell you was going on?
The only thing he said was that Sierra had confided in him that Rufus had been molesting her for the last several years that we lived at the old house, which would have been at Locust Road.
Okay. And you didn't confront anyone about that at that point?
In 2023, I had messaged Rufus, yes.
Okay. When in 2023?
In December, after Josh had told me what had happened.
Was it the same day?
It was probably late that evening.
Okay. Where was Rufus living at that point?
With my great uncle Dean Palmer, Martin Dean Palmer.
Now, in June, when you moved out of the 685 address
Yes,
and moved to Ronald and Deb Palmer's place,
yes,
did Rufus move with you?
yes.
Yes?
Mm-hmm.
How long did Rufus stay there?
We moved in June. He moved out. I'm honestly not 100% sure of exactly when he moved out. I know it was before basketball season had started, so it would have been before October.
Okay.
I
Would it
think.
have been that summer?
It could have been July, because in all honesty, when I'm thinking about it, I don't remember anyone being there for the kids getting off the bus other than my dad.
While still living at the 685 address, did Rufus move in and out?
I do not believe so.
Okay. You testified a little bit ago that he had went to live with his son for a period of time?
Yes.
Okay. Where was that?
When we lived at Locust Road, he had left to move in with Austin. He lived there until Austin lost his house due to not paying his bills.
Okay. Do you know where Austin lived?
Dayton,
Dayton somewhere.
yeah.
Okay. And you said that lasted about 6 months.
At the longest. And again, I could be wrong on that. I didn't really keep track.
Okay.
I just know it was a good chunk of time.
Do you recall when he moved back in with you guys?
No. I'd have to look at messages on my phone to know. Like I just said, I didn't keep track.
Okay. When you moved in with the Palmers, did Stephen move with you guys too?
Yes.
Okay. When did you and Stephen separate?
January 8th of 2024.
Okay. The conversation that you had with Rufus in December of 2023,
Yes.
how did that take place?
Through text message.
Okay. And you were text messaging Rufus at his cell phone number?
It was probably on Facebook. I'm really not sure. But either Facebook Messenger or his cell phone.
Okay, so either,
It would have been one of those two ways.
okay. You don't remember which?
No.
And you said initially he denied anything,
Correct.
but then you said, I can't help what I do when I sleepwalk. What was that in reference to?
That was his response. I cannot tell you what he was referring to. All I know is that was what he sent me was that he can't help what he does when he sleepwalks.
Okay. You said he initially said no.
Correct.
What response did you give?
So after he'd said no, I said that Josh, that there was a witness, is what I said. I don't believe I said Josh's name, but that someone else was aware of what had happened. And then that's when I got the response of, I can't help what I do when I sleepwalk.
Someone was aware of what happened.
Yes.
Okay. And then a denial again.
Yep, went back to denial. And yeah, pretty much, I told him that he needed to tell me the truth, so we can work things out. Pretty much what I was trying to do is get him to confess to it. So that way Sierra didn't have to go through all this. When he didn't, I just kind of said, well, it is what it is. Just gonna let it go, moved on.
And this is before or after Christmas of 2023?
This was before Christmas.
Okay. Did you see Rufus at Christmas in 2023?
Yes, he was invited to our family Christmas.
Okay. And were there pictures taken together?
Most likely, yes. I believe it was him and all the kids around the table.
Okay. And nothing was said at that time?
No. I didn't say anything to anyone else because I had no proof. Sierra had not come forward. I did not want to pressure her, and it was just Josh's word.
Okay. Where was Christmas in 2023?
At my parents' house, Ron and Debbie Palmer's.
Okay. Did you have communication with Rufus after that day?
Yeah. He still talked to the kids, still kept in contact. I told him when me and Stephen had separated. But yeah, up until Sierra confessed to us what had happened to her, that's the day that I cut off all contact.
Speaking of that, do you remember what date that was?
No, I do not.
Do you remember what date that you went to Highland County Sheriff's Department?
I do not.
Okay. But you know it was in March of 2024.
Yes.
Were you present when Sierra went to the mayor's Saturday?
I drove her there. I was in the waiting room during the initial appointment and everything.
Do you remember the date that that took place?
No.
Did it take place before or after you went to Highland County Sheriff's Department?
After. roughly a week or two after. It was pretty close.
Okay.
Were you and Rufus ever in a relationship?
Objection. Relevance.
I don't see relevance. Stain.
That's all.
Redirect.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Thank you. Go right around the way you came. Next witness.
Detective Sergeant Vincent Anor.
Have you been sworn in? If you'd raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Sit there. May inquire.
Please state your name for the record.
So I am Detective Sergeant Vincent Anor of the Highland County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been employed at the Sheriff's Office?
More than 12 years.
What are your job duties there?
Currently, I am assigned as a supervisor in the Detectives Division, where we investigate child sex abuse crimes and other major crimes throughout the county.
Have you received specialized training in conducting interviews?
I have very extensive training over the past 5 or 6 years, specifically directed at interview and interrogation.
As part of your job duties, did you become involved in an investigation regarding Rufus Brummet?
I did, as a matter of fact.
What was your role in the investigation?
So this investigation was initially reported to the Sheriff's Office, I believe March 16th of 24. My role was not to do anything other than very specifically interview Rufus Brummet and consult with the case.
When the sexual assault was reported, did you look at the paperwork at least to determine where it occurred at?
I did. So that's part of the consulting that I did. In these child sex abuse cases, most of them are what we call a delayed report. So it doesn't happen the same day. So it's usually several days worth of me and my partner and other law enforcement officers just looking over what was reported, when, and specifically where it occurred so we can establish who should investigate the crime.
And where did these assaults, where were they alleged to take place?
The address would have been 685 Locust Road. That's in Jackson Township here in Highland County. It does have a Seaman address, but it's not actually in the community of Seaman.
Did you ever speak to Sierra?
I did not.
Why not?
My training in child sex abuse crimes, major crimes, criminal investigation, although I could have spoke to anyone, it's better for a child victim's health mentally and physically if they talk to somebody that's more suited and better trained specifically to deal with any medical concerns that they may have related to the abuse that they have suffered.
Did you contact Mayerson, or do you know who contacted Mayerson to schedule the interview?
I do not know.
Was it you?
It was not me, no.
Did you send Sierra for a rape kit?
No, we did not.
Why not?
So there's a couple reasons we didn't. The most obvious reason is this was a delayed report. So she wasn't alleging that this abuse occurred that day or the day prior or even within 72 hours. And unfortunately, the way biological evidence works, unless we know about the crime immediately, there'd be no point in trying to collect any evidence and putting her through a very intrusive exam of her private parts.
Did you collect any evidence from the house where these assaults were alleged to have taken place?
Again, we did not. couple reasons for that. The most obvious reason is they didn't even live in that house anymore. There were new owners of the house. There were new people that lived at the house, which really leads to the second reason. This, again, was a very delayed report. It's not something that Sierra told anybody about while it was occurring. It was years later that we became aware of it and began our investigation.
About how many sexual assaults have you investigated in your time as a detective at the sheriff's office?
To be honest, I couldn't even give you a number. A lot. It's my primary job duties. I probably get 2 to 3 new child sexual assault cases every week.
And during those investigations, is it uncommon to have a case with no physical evidence, no DNA, no fingerprints?
It's actually the most common way that we get cases with little to no evidence. The reason for that is most commonly they're very delayed reports, months or most of the time years later when a child discloses what's happened to them. And unfortunately, there's just no physical evidence to go collect.
And during those other investigations, have you investigated cases in which the assault has taken place and there were other people in the room?
Yes, that's also very common. Most of the time, the offender is going to take advantage of the child at their most vulnerable opportunity, and that's often when somebody is around. There's usually not a lot of times where they can separate them from the pack, if you will.
Did you have an occasion to conduct an interview with the defendant?
I did, yes.
And do you recall when that interview took place?
It was on a Friday, I believe, April 16th of 24.
Where did it take place?
At the Highland County Sheriff's Office.
And do you see Rufus in the courtroom today?
I do, as a matter of fact.
Can you point him out to the court?
He's sitting here at the defense table with a blue button-up shirt.
Please let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant.
Joe.
And can you take us through the interview, the techniques that you utilized in performing this interview?
So when I prepare for an interview, especially in a child sexual assault case like this, the first thing I do is if the child victim has went to the Marison Center, I spend time reading through the Marison report and watching the actual Marison DVD. And I take notes based on that to develop a technique. So one of the notes that I took during this preparation for the interview and developing the technique was Sierra's body language when she was describing the sexual assaults that took place. I noted the fidgeting that she done with the paper and the toys and the failure to make eye contact with the interviewer are all indications of trauma for me. They're all indications that something bad has occurred to her. I use that to relate to the suspect that I'm going to interview just on an honesty level, because if the victim's being honest, I try to relate to the offender or the person that I'm going to interview that they also need to be honest, because I already know.
During the interview, was the allegation of the sexual assault discussed?
It was. Rufus is actually the one that brought it up to me, which typically is not the way an interview would be structured. Usually, I would be the one that introduces the conflict or the allegation. So in this case, Rufus is actually one that brought up the sexual abuse allegation.
And after he brought it up, what happened? Take us through the interview from there.
Well, at first, Rufus denied that this occurred. Then what happens is what's called the confrontation, where I confront him on that not being accurate based on the evidence we collected, including the Marison. And at that point, I told Rufus that I just needed him to be honest with me about what happened. And Rufus took a moment, and then Rufus explained to me that he remembers an occasion where he woke up and his face was laying on the thigh right next to the vagina of Sierra, and Sierra's clothes had been removed. Rufus then explains that, or I explained to Rufus, or I asked him when that occurred, if he could taste vagina on his breath or in his mouth. And Rufus acknowledged that he did, but suggested that it could have been the taste of her leg as well. Through the rest of the interview, Rufus told me that although he doesn't exactly remember these sexual encounters with Sierra. He believes that it's possible that it occurred. He said that most, and quote, most of the incidents took place on Locust Road, which in my interview training, every word is a unit of choice. So when he says most, he's acknowledging that there's more than one incident that took place, although he's only describing one. And then Rufus said that this basically was the, quote, accident from hell.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Gross.
Detective, you've been with Highland County for 12 years.
More than 12 years, yes.
Okay. In what capacity? How did you start?
When I first began my career at the Highland County Sheriff's Office, I began actually as a non-certified jailer. I started in 2011 volunteering time at our jail. That led to a full-time position sometime in 2012 as a dispatcher, officially hired full-time. I dispatched for a few years while attending college and the police academy. Then in 2014, I was promoted to a road patrol position where I worked first, second, and third shift road patrol, like out in a cop car responding to calls. Then in 2018, I was promoted to the detective division with a assignment specifically to children's services investigating child sex crimes. Then in 2019 or 20, I was promoted to a sergeant and supervisor of the division, and that's where I've been since.
And you had said that in March 16, 2024 was the first time that the Highland County Sheriff's Office became aware of allegations in this case. Is that correct?
I believe it was March 26th. I think the interview was April 16th.
The interview
sometime in March of
at
24.
Mayerson Center?
No, the interview with Rufus.
Oh, okay. Did the Highland County Sheriff's Office become aware of the allegations in this case before or after the Mayerson interview?
Definitely before, as that would be normal.
Okay. And do you know when the Mayerson interview was?
I believe March 25th.
How about 22nd? Does that sound right?
Sure, I'll agree with that.
So if I say the Sheriff's Office was aware on March 16th, does that add up to you?
Sure, yes.
Okay. And then after the Mayerson interview, what happens? You said you watched a copy of that video. What happened before that?
Like specifically in this case?
Yes.
We discussed lots of techniques to investigate the case, including whether there's an ability to collect physical evidence, whether there's a need for DNA samples or semen samples, or other forms of getting evidence, including like making what we call a controlled phone call, where we have our victim on a recorded telephone line and monitored with assistance, call the suspect or the offender and talk to them about what takes place. Unfortunately, in this case, none of those things were options. There was no physical evidence to collect. There was no DNA evidence to collect due to the delayed reporting. And our victim was so afraid of the offender that she wasn't comfortable making a phone call to him and trying any type of recording.
So there was no evidence that you could collect at that point, correct?
Well, there was no physical evidence that we could collect. There was still evidence available.
Okay. What would that be?
Well, the Mayerson report, the Mayerson recording, and then, of course, an interview with Rufus.
Okay. Who was the person to reach out to Rufus?
I believe it was my partner, Sergeant Engel.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
A few days prior to the interview, she called him on speakerphone. I was monitoring the call as well because my job typically is to interview the suspects in felony cases. So I asked her to make a call to Rufus, I'm sure sometime within a week of the actual interview date. She had him on speakerphone, and he said that Friday that he came in at noon was his first availability to come into us.
Okay, and that Friday would be April 26th? Does that sound right?
I would trust you on that. I know it was in April of 24.
Okay.
Yeah.
Later in April?
Sure.
Fair enough. And did he come in on April 26th?
He absolutely did. The appointment that we scheduled is when he came in at the time that he said he was going to.
So he came in on the date and time that he said he would come in, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and where did he go once he gets there? Where do you take him?
Just through the lobby into an interview room there at the sheriff's office. It's right next door to my office.
Okay, and is there recording equipment in that room?
There is, yes, audio and video.
Okay. In the interview with Mr. Brummet, you exchanged just pleasantries in the beginning. Is that right?
That's correct. Much like the first 30 minutes of the Marison DVD, there's rapport building where we talk about life and happy things.
And then you said that Rufus is the first to bring up anything with Sierra. Is that right?
He was the first to bring up the actual allegation of sexual abuse.
Okay. How did that come about?
He brought it up while we were talking about, thanking him for coming in and why he was there.
Okay. And when you got more in depth with that, what did he say about it? Did he deny it?
Well, as I stated a moment ago, he did initially deny it during the confrontation portion after his denial, where I told him that I knew that wasn't true. Rufus stated he did admit that he remembers waking up with his face on the thigh very, very close to Sierra's vagina, and that she was unclothed, and that he could taste what could have been vagina in his mouth. And that although he doesn't fully remember, he believes it's possible that these sexual assaults occurred.
So after his initial denial, did you go back and suggest that wasn't the truth?
What do you mean?
When Rufus said no, that didn't happen, did you suggest afterwards that wasn't the truth that he was telling?
If I understand the question correctly, you're asking, after he initially lied to me, did I ask him if he was lying?
No.
Okay,
No.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're asking.
You said Rufus denied any act on his part, correct?
That was his initial statement, yes.
Okay. And then you asked him again, telling him that you knew what the truth was, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And did he deny it again?
I don't recall if there was one denial or two denials.
Okay. Now, you referenced that because of some of the evidence you collected,
Correct.
that you knew that wasn't the truth.
Correct.
The only evidence that you had collected at that point in time was the video of the Marison interview, correct?
I don't believe that's true. We also had a statement from Sierra's brother who stated that he slept in the same bedroom and would often find Sierra's clothing laying in the floor, and at one time may have seen Rufus hovering over top of Sierra in the bedroom at night. There was other statements made to us at the time.
What kind of statement?
I think I just described them.
No. You said we had other statements. There was another, was it a written statement, a recorded statement? What kind of statement was it?
No, I think that initial information was provided to when Monica first came into the sheriff's office to make this report, that the brother, Josh, I believe, had some additional information.
So Okay. I'm going to try to reorganize here.
Okay.
It's your testimony that when Monica came in on March 16th, is that?
In March, yeah.
Okay.
I can agree she came in March.
Sure. That Monica gave a statement that Josh saw something.
Well, I didn't speak to Monica when she came in. I didn't get this case the day that it came in.
Okay.
So I believe Sergeant Cooper may have spoke to them initially. I can only testify to the information that was provided to me for review and preparation for the interview.
Okay, so you had Monica's statement from sometime in March, at that point in time, of interviewing Rufus, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you had the Mayerson interview with Sierra, correct?
Correct, yes.
And then some third-party account of something.
Yes, that is correct.
That would have been given when Monica came in sometime in March.
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay. Other than those things, what other evidence was there at that point in time?
Well, again, like I described a moment ago, in a delayed reporting case, there just wasn't any other evidence to collect.
So none. That was the evidence at that point.
Correct. Yeah, that is correct, yes.
So when you said to Rufus that day, April, later in, whatever the day may be, it was
Sure.
Friday,
Mm-hmm.
that you knew that wasn't the truth because of the evidence
Correct.
that you had.
Mm-hmm.
The only evidence that you had was the Mayerson and then the initial report.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And after that, you said Rufus then changed his story to say what?
So when Rufus changed his story, Rufus said that he woke up with his head on Sierra's thigh. She did not have pants on. His face was very close to her vagina. He could taste something on his breath that was either the taste of vagina or the taste of her thigh, and that although he doesn't fully remember these incidences, he believes it's possible that they occurred and that this was an accident from hell.
So, did you offer that he tasted the taste of vagina in his mouth, or did he volunteer that?
Well, I certainly didn't offer that he tasted vagina. I asked him if he knew what vagina tastes like and if he tasted that.
Okay. And it's your response today that he just said, yep.
No, as I stated several times now, he stated that it could have been the taste of vagina or it could have been the taste of her upper thigh, as those two things taste similar.
And then he called it an accident from hell.
That's correct.
Did you have him elaborate on that?
What is it?
Did you have him elaborate on that?
I
Did you
didn't.
ask him more about that?
I didn't think that was necessary. The statement kind of speaks for itself.
Okay. In the beginning of the interview with Rufus, did you tell him that the family wanted to wrap this up, quote unquote?
I did, yes, or something substantially similar to that, yes.
Okay. And did you also tell him that we would have this interview today and then he would be on his way?
I don't recall word for word what I said, but it's very possible that I said something similar to we'll get this wrapped up and move on, or something similar, yes.
Okay. There were a couple of pauses in the interview. Do you remember those?
What do you mean by pauses?
Where you left the room.
Okay. I mean, I don't necessarily specifically remember that, but that's pretty common in an interview that I would get up and walk out of the room.
Okay. Where did you go when you left the room? Do you remember?
I don't specifically remember leaving the room in this interview. I can tell you that it's pretty typical as an interview tactic to leave the room. I would either go get a drink or literally just walk next door to my office and watch the person on camera, because these interviews are all visible from my office. A lot of times that's where we gather information, is when a person thinks that they're alone. They say things or react physically in a way that is useful to an interview technique.
And at one point, did you have to go confirm the address and it being in Highland County?
I don't recall.
Okay. That's all I've got, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Thank you. Detective, are there cases where the only evidence you ever have is the statement of the victim?
Most of the cases I work are that way.
Is telling someone you have evidence and you know the truth, is that an interview technique?
It absolutely is. So part of my interview and interrogation training through the Reed Institute out of Chicago is to just tell somebody that you already know the truth and that they should just get it off their chest.
Is it against the law to do that?
It's certainly not against the law, and a very useful tactic most of the time.
So is it fair to say you commonly use this technique?
In 99% of the interviews I conduct, I tell the person I'm interviewing that we already know the truth.
No further questions.
All right, you may step down. Thank you. Next witness.
No further witnesses. We would move to admit our evidence and rest.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you go to the jury room. We'll take a break here for about 10 minutes. Some matters I have to do outside of your presence, so if you would just go back to the jury room, and then when we're ready to resume, we'll let you know. Also, before you go back there, I didn't tell you earlier this morning, but during deliberations, you will not have your cell phones, so you'll need to leave them on the ledge there, or the bailiff will collect them and hold them until you're done. So if you need to make any phone calls, it looks like the case will be coming to you sometime later this afternoon. Thank you. The state has rested and moved admission of exhibits 1, 2, and 3. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, they're admitted. All right, and you have a Rule 29 motion you'd like to make, Mr. Baker?
I would just, I guess, generally make a Rule 29 motion that one or more of the elements of counts 1, 2, and 3 have not been proven at this point. I guess, given the state the benefit of the doubt in this case, that one or more elements have not been met in counts 1, 2, or 3.
Well, testimony is such that if believed by a fact finder that, in the court's view, could support a finding of guilty, and therefore the motion is overruled. Now, you plan to put on any evidence in your defense?
I still plan to call Mr. Brummet at this point.
All right. You want a few minutes to get ready for that?
If I could, yes.
All right, we'll give you 10 minutes then.
Thank you.
Please rise.
Be seated, please. All right, the state is rested. The defense want to call its first witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The defense would call Rufus Brummet.
Mr. Brummet, if you would raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, have a seat right there. Hold that microphone over in front of you, please. All right, remain quiet.
Thank you, Your Honor. Rufus, can you state your full name for the record?
Rufus Lee Brummet,
Okay, what's your present address?
3090 State Route 137, Seaman, Ohio.
Okay. And how old are you?
50.
And obviously you've been present through today's testimony.
Yes,
Are you
sir.
familiar with Sierra Webb?
Yes, sir.
What about Joshua Brummet?
Yes, sir.
Any other folks that have testified today?
Monica
Okay. What's
And
Monica's
then,
last name?
Wilder.
Okay, you're familiar with her?
Yeah.
How?
Lived with her for ever since, I can't remember when, like the 15th, 2015, 2014, something like that. I don't know.
Okay, so you live with her and who else?
That was Stephen Wilder.
Okay.
And then the kids,
Who are they?
Josh, Sarah, Michaela, Bree, and then after a while it was Chance, and then Eilena.
Okay. When you first moved in with Monica and Steve, were Sierra and Josh there?
No.
Okay. Do you recall when they came?
I know it was in Martinsville, I would say probably about a year later, from when I first started watching their Two Forest Kids.
So 2015, 2016, you think?
Yeah, 2015 probably.
Okay. And then are you, let's forget this. Are you familiar with the residents at 685 Locust Road, Seaman, Ohio?
What is it again? I'm sorry.
685 Locust Road.
Yeah,
Okay. How are you familiar with that?
I lived there.
Okay. How long did you live there?
Say at least 8 years.
Okay.
Around up in there.
So you said earlier that you lived in Martinsville, Ohio.
Yeah,
Where did you move to next?
out there in Seaman or whatever.
685
Yeah,
Locust
685,
Road?
yeah.
Okay. And what kind of house was it?
It was an old farmhouse, 3-bedroom,
How many
2
stories?
upstairs.
How many stories?
2 stories.
Okay. How many bedrooms?
3 altogether, 2 upstairs, 1 downstairs, bathroom upstairs.
Okay, so the rooms upstairs were 2 bedrooms and a bathroom.
Yes.
Okay. Who all slept where?
Okay, I slept in one room with Josh and Brianna. And then Michaela and Sarah slept in another room upstairs.
Okay, and that's the whole time that you lived there?
Yeah. The entire
Chance.
time.
Where did Chance live?
Chance would sleep with Monica and Stephen. Sometimes he'd sleep up there with us. And most times when he'd fall asleep, I'd push him into Sarah's down there where she was sleeping on the floor.
So
every once in a while the kids would come into the room and watch TV and stuff like that. And I only had a twin-sized bed. I could barely put my own self on it.
Okay.
So from that point, I pretty much just, when Chance would go to sleep, I'd push him down onto the floor, not like push him, but get him down, set him down on the floor next to Sierra.
How often was that? How often did Chance sleep up there?
He did that quite a bit, a lot of times. Every time that all the kids would be up there, he'd be up there too.
Okay, and just kind of fall asleep?
Yeah, they'd all fall asleep. We all would. Actually, sometimes I'd be asleep before they did, watching TV, because some things were just too boring to watch.
Where did you work at this time?
I was a babysitter for Sarah and for Monica and Stephen.
Okay, so you were in charge of the kids?
Yeah, I pretty much kept everything going. I cleaned the house, did the laundry, cooked or whatever when I needed to, whenever Monica couldn't do it. And then that was about it. That was from daylight to dark.
Okay. How long did you watch the kids?
There would be times that I would watch them from 7 in the morning until sometimes 8, 9 o'clock at night.
Where were Stephen and Monica during these periods?
Monica usually had 2 of the other girls over doing baseball or something like that. That's what took so long, is Monica and Stephen had a job going until like 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, something like that, but then they would go and watch their 2 biological children play baseball or soccer or something like that. They were always at a game until about like 9 o'clock at night.
Okay. Now, the period relevant to the charges that you're facing in this case, were you still sleeping in a bedroom upstairs?
Yes.
Okay. And was it still Josh and Bree that were?
Yeah, Josh and Bree was the one that was always there. The girls would only come in, like they were saying, the weekends when there wasn't no school, or sometimes the summer they'd come in and watch TV or whatever.
Okay. Why is that? Why would only the weekends or in the summer?
Because there was school times and we didn't let them stay up past 10 o'clock pretty much. They had to have their times to sleep and everything. So it was only the weekends when they could do it. Actually, it was pretty much Friday night and Saturday night that they could do that, and then Sunday they had to be back in their own rooms.
Okay. Would Monica and Stephen put them to bed, or?
No, pretty much. When the movie was done, they'd go back to bed. Or like on the weekends or the weekdays.
During the week?
Weekdays, yeah, Monica would say, okay, time to go to bed, and everybody would go to bed.
Okay.
That's pretty much what it was.
You've heard Sierra's testimony this morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall a time where she came into your bed and laid in your bed?
No, she couldn't fit in my bed. It was a twin-size bed.
Okay.
She always slept on the floor. I didn't let nobody sleep with me.
Okay, except Chance.
Yeah, Chance, which until I would move him out to about like 11, you know, like right when he had fell asleep, I'd roll him off into the floor.
How old was Chance at this point?
Now he's 6. Back when that was happening, he was only about like about 2, 3 years old. He would always be up there. Now he would get up in the middle of the night and go down to Stephen and Monica. Sometime at night, I don't know when, but he would go. By morning, he wasn't there.
Okay, so he would get up in the middle of the night.
Yeah, and go downstairs. Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall any times from 2019 until 2022 where you woke up on the floor with Sierra?
No.
Okay. Did you ever go into her room?
No, except to wake them up in the mornings.
Okay. So
I
in the
did have to
morning-
wake them up in the mornings. That was for school, but on the weekends I didn't have to worry about it. And you couldn't go into their rooms. Their floors were probably about like 3 feet of clothes and everything else. It was 2 girls that didn't keep it clean. They kept it dirty pretty much.
Okay. So you heard Sierra talk about the bed in her room.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, me and Stephen made it.
Okay.
Made all three of them. They were 5 foot tall. They had 2 shelves built in with it. The steps were shelves. So that's how we pretty much did it. They had like a little, maybe a foot of clearance right there that they could, you know, like play in or whatever, and that was it. It was only about like this wide.
Okay. And you said how tall?
About 5 foot. When I would wake them up or anything like that, I'd have to stand on something and shake them because I wasn't getting up on there.
Okay. So you would have to get on something to be able to wake them
Yeah.
up on the top.
Yes.
Do you recall being contacted by Monica after moving out of the house?
Yes.
When would that have been?
That would have been in end of February, and that's
What year?
of 2003,
I'm sorry?
or yeah, 2023. Sorry.
So in February of 2023?
Yeah.
When did you move out of the residence?
I moved out of there. I would say in late April. It was warm. So, yeah, I'd say late April, maybe. No, it couldn't have been, because I started working. Oh, no, that would have been about right. About in April sometime. I can't say exactly when I moved out. I can't remember if it was, I know that right when I moved out, I got a job where Stephen worked at, doing lawn care.
Okay. Where did you move to?
I moved to 3090 Seaman up there with Dean Palmer.
With Ronald and Deb Palmer?
Oh, yeah, I did move there too, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I moved there like right after they got out of school. The kids did, because they didn't want to leave until the kids were out of school. And then I helped them move. And then probably about like, I'd say 3 weeks later, it wasn't going good where I was staying at, so I felt that it would have been better if I moved out and I went and lived with Dean Palmer.
And that's the State Route 137 address?
Yes.
Okay. So when do you recall moving to Ronald and Deb Palmer's place?
It had been in 2023.
Okay.
Like right when, I don't know when the kids get out of school, but it was pretty much the next day is when we had to move, because Ron and Debbie was already moved. They moved before the kids got out of school, so they already had a place to live. So then when they had themselves pretty much straightened up, we moved like right on top of them kind of thing.
Okay.
And then,
At the conclusion of school?
yeah, like right after school.
In 2023?
Yes.
Okay, so when I say the first contact that you had from Monica after leaving, it wasn't February of 2023, was it?
Well, no. I'm trying to think when we moved out of there or how it went. 2023 is when they did that. I moved out in that time. So, no, it couldn't have been. It was 2024, this year.
Okay. So it was
I'm sorry, this year.
this last February, is that
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Do you recall the conversation that you had with Monica?
She said that, Sarah said that I was touching her. And I said, no, I wasn't touching her. And she's like, well, I don't know. But she told her can't think what he's called. She goes up to him all the time. Therapist? Yeah, I don't know if he's a therapist or what he's at. He's at for school.
Okay.
And I guess she said that she told her counselor that that happened. And I was like, well, it didn't happen. And I was being sarcastic and saying, I guess I walk in my sleep. I don't know what else.
When you say that you said these things, was this audible? Was it a call person to person?
It was text.
Okay.
And actually, I was just being sarcastic on my text, but the phones don't really have a sense of humor and say anything like that. So, and I don't read the best, so I don't know exactly what I sent. I thought what I sent was, I guess I walk in my sleep, I guess I do anything else.
Had that subject ever been brought up to you before by Monica?
No, that was the first time. It was in the end of January to February, around up in there this year.
2024?
Yes.
You never heard before that date?
No.
Anything about an allegation?
No, no allegations, no nothing. I even went to Christmas and everything else. It was all good there. They even had me back for, was going to have me back later on, on that kind of thing for Christmas change or whatever, where we changed presents.
Okay, an exchange.
Yeah.
So, okay, you said you went to Christmas there.
Yeah, we did the change and everything.
Was that on Christmas Day? Was that Christmas Eve?
Yeah, I would say it was Christmas Day. It was the 24th.
Who all was there?
It was Monica, her sister, and her husband, and their kids. I can't think of their names too good. There's three of them. And then Monica's 6 kids. Okay. And then Stephen was there for a while, and then we had to leave early because he had to go to work. And then everything was fine. Me and Monica was talking and stuff. And then from that point, this came after she asked me if she was...
I'm going to object to what she asked him and the relevance of this.
Sustain. Move on.
Were you contacted by the Highland County Sheriff's Office at some point?
Yes.
After that?
Yes, I was.
Okay, do you recall who contacted you?
Some woman, I can't think of her name.
Okay.
But it was a woman, and she asked me if I could come in to put this to bed, because the allegations or whatever was, what was saying, they wanted to put it all to bed. So I already knew what I was going in there for beforehand.
And did you set up a day and time to go in and speak?
Yes, I sure did.
Do you recall what the day and time was?
April 26th.
Okay.
About lunchtime.
About lunchtime, so noon or 1 or?
Can't remember exactly when it was.
But you remember it was April 26th?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And did you show up on April 26th to the Highland County Sheriff's?
Yes, I sure did.
And did you have a conversation with members of the Highland County Sheriff's?
Yes, I did.
And was that the detective that testified earlier today?
Yes, it sure was.
Okay. What were you confronted with when you went into that interview?
At first, he was just asking, trying to be a friend and try to figure out everything about me. And then from that point, he was just saying different little things here and there. And then he asked me, he goes, do you know what you're in here for? And then that's when I said, yes, the allegations of Sarah Webb. And then from that point on, he started asking me, well, what all happened and stuff like that. Well, first he said, Sarah's saying that she climbed up in your bed, you was asleep with your clothes on. And that she's saying that you touched her. And I was like, no, I did not. And she wasn't in my bed. But then after that, when she said that you know, that I was asleep and everything, I figured I could get her in trouble and say she was naked in my bed because I overheard different stories from different people. And they were like, well, one said that he's seen her
Objection.
Wait a
naked.
minute.
Objection.
Just stay, you can't say what some unsaid person said, or no
Oh.
person said.
Okay, well, it was Josh.
Objection.
Okay,
Just stay.
okay, I'm sorry.
You have to stop when someone says objection.
Okay, I apologize.
Okay. Let's redirect, okay?
Okay.
Well, not in the legal sense.
I understand what you're saying.
During the interview at the Highland County Sheriff's Office, did you state that you had woken up on Sierra's leg?
Yes, on her side of her leg.
Okay, you
That's
pointed.
what I said.
when you
Yeah,
said
I pointed. I pointed just like this
Okay.
on there.
Patted the side of your leg,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, and that's where I said that's where she was, her leg was at. And,
You said your head was there, correct?
yeah.
Now, I want to revisit this. At any time in the year 2019, 2020, 2021, or 2022, did you wake up with your head on the side of Sierra's leg?
No,
How do you know that?
because I was fibbing about that to try to get her in trouble.
Okay. During the interview at the Highland County Sheriff's Office, you were asked about the quote-unquote taste of vagina being in your mouth.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
He did say that. And that, you know, I ain't had that for a long time, so I was trying to think about it.
Okay.
And that kind of thing, and I was like, no, not really. And from that point, he just kept on saying I did. That I just said that I did do it, that I
Sorry,
tasted it.
you
That
said-
he said that I tasted it,
Okay.
is what I
But
said. I
did
did
you
not,
say that you
no, I
tasted
did
it?
not say that I tasted it.
Okay. And
I was
that
just thinking about
actually happened? Did you awake with the taste of
No.
vagina?
She wasn't even in my bed, she wasn't even there.
Okay. You heard Monica testify earlier that at some point you had left that residence at 685 Locust Road. Do you recall that happening?
Yes, I went to my son, to live with my son.
Okay. Do you know about when that happened?
That was back in 2019, about October.
Okay.
And then it went until 2020, I would say in the middle of July, I would say it started getting really hot during that time, so I was thinking it was in July.
So it was summertime?
Yeah,
Is that fair
summertime,
to say?
yeah.
And where did your son live?
He lived in New Carlisle.
Okay, New Carlisle?
Yeah.
So, at any point in 2019 or 2020 or 2021 or 2022 or any other time, did you have sexual conduct or intercourse with Sierra?
No.
Okay. And it's your testimony today that when you came to the Highland County Sheriff's Office and said the things that you said,
I'm going to object, he's leading.
okay? Let me,
All right, sustain that.
yeah, I will strike. I don't have anything further.
Cross?
Just a few questions. you testified that Monica, when she confronted you about this, you agreed that it was on a cell phone, correctly? Correct?
Yes.
Either messenger or text message, something like that, correct?
Message, yeah.
Okay. And you said that your statement, I can't control what I do when I sleepwalk, that was meant to be funny?
Well, no, I was just saying, somebody was saying that I was sleepwalking when I don't, but I was just being sarcastic.
So she accuses you of sexually assaulting a child, and you said that to be sarcastic?
Well, because it wasn't true.
Okay, so you said that phones don't have sense of humor, correct?
Yes.
So you found it to be funny?
Well, no, not funny. It was more like, I didn't do this kind of thing as sarcasm or sarcastic kind of thing. And then she even admitted that it was a lie.
Did you hear everyone else testify today?
Yes.
And based on your testimony now, we are supposed to believe they are all liars, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but you are the admitted liar, correct? Didn't you just admit to lying?
I did just say yes, I did lie to him.
Okay, so we should believe you, the admitted liar, and not everybody else. Correct? Yeah.
I get where
No
you're
further
coming at.
questions.
Redirect?
No redirect.
May step down. Any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No,
Rebuttal, I should say.
I knew what you meant, Judge.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you back to jury room for a few minutes. You need to finish up the jury instructions, go over with the attorneys. And I expect we'll have you back here in about 15 minutes, so I would expect you're going to get the case about 4:15 or so. So if you do want to make a call, let everybody know that you're going to be deliberating this evening, this afternoon. You can do that, and I said when you go back to retire to the jury for deliberations, at that point you need to leave your phones outside. All right, so I've got 3:16, so we'll try to make this no more than 15 minutes. You can go back there and listen. Okay, we're back on record. The jury's in the jury room. States and the defense are both arrested, and they want to go over the jury instructions. I've already met with counsel on those and made some corrections were brought up. And earlier, I changed the instruction on page 3 that didn't take. I got to strike out that first part of it. It didn't get all stricken out. Let's see.
Where it
On
starts
page
with
3, the second, first full paragraph, it's an incomplete sentence that when I highlighted it, deleted, it didn't get deleted. So the only sentence will be the testimony of defense be waived, but same rules apply to the witnesses.
Okay.
And then the other thing were a couple of housekeeping minor things on page, I believe, 10. When I talked about the additional finding on the count 1, I think there's a word in there that I didn't get deleted when I cut and pasted. It said the verdict is guilty of either count 1, and I struck either. And then I think there was a period missing at the end of the sentence there after offense. I put that in there. Those are the only other revisions that I've seen that I've caught. Any other corrections that counsel has seen? Are there any requests for any other instructions, Mr. Baker?
So I was just reading after page 10. No.
All right. From the state?
No, Your Honor.
And any objections into the jury instructions as amended then, with the exception of any clerical errors? All right. I'll go make that change and we'll be ready for that. And then I did have verdict forms that I provided to counsel earlier. And my copies seem to be missing. Either of you have your copies I gave you?
I do. I do.
Here. Okay, let me have those then, if you would. I believe when we talked this morning, everybody agreed those appear to be satisfactory.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
From it, all right. Okay, then let me go back and make the one correction there on page 3, and we'll be ready to go. Said I don't put time limits on closing arguments, but again, I assume this doesn't take a long time. I mean, 30 minutes seems like a long time to me, so hopefully we can get this to the jury by 4:30, not before. All right, I'll be right back. Please. All right, we're back on record. Statements, Rufus L. Brummet, 24 CR 64. The evidence is now complete, ladies and gentlemen. So it's now the duty of the court to instruct you as the matter of the law. Now the court and the jury have separate functions. You decide the disputed facts. The court provides instructions of law. Ladies and gentlemen, it's your sworn duty to accept these instructions, apply the law as it is given to you. You're not permitted to change the law or to apply your own conception of what you think the law should be. Now, all criminal cases begin with the filing of an indictment. The indictment informs the defendant that he or she has been charged with an offense, but the fact that it was filed may not be considered for any other purpose. A plea of not guilty is a denial of the charge and puts in issue all the essential elements of the offense, or in this case, offenses. The defendant is presumed innocent until his guilt is established beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant must be acquitted unless the state produces evidence which convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt of every essential element of any one or more of the offenses that have been charged in the indictment. Now, reasonable doubt is present when, after you have carefully considered and compared all of the evidence, you cannot say that you are firmly convinced of the truth of the charge. It's a doubt based upon reason and common sense. Reasonable doubt is not mere possible doubt, because everything relating to human affairs or depending on moral evidence is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof of such character that an ordinary person would be willing to rely and act upon it in the most important of his or her own affairs. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you're the sole judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses that were presented, and the weight of the evidence. To weigh the evidence, you must consider the credibility of the witness. You apply the test of truthfulness that you apply in your daily lives. These tests include the appearance of each witness upon the stand, their manner of testifying, the reasonableness of their testimony, the opportunity they had to see, hear, and know the things concerning which they testified, their accuracy of memory, their frankness, their lack of it, their intelligence, their interest and bias, if any, together with all of the facts and circumstances surrounding their testimony. Applying these tests, you'll assign to the testimony of each witness such weight as you deem proper. Now, you're not required to believe the testimony of any witness simply because that witness was placed under oath. You may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the testimony. You will decide what testimony is worthy of belief and what testimony is not worthy of belief. The testimony of one witness, if believed by you, is sufficient to prove any disputed fact. Each witness was subject to direct examination by the party who called them, into cross-examination by the opposite party. During cross-examination, some witnesses, counsel was able to inquire into matters that did not directly relate to issues before the court. Those questions and answers are permitted for sole purpose of helping you to determine the credibility and weight to be given to the testimony for no other purpose. Testimony of the defendant will be weighed by the same rules applied to other witnesses. While generally a witness may not express an opinion, however, one who follows a profession or special line of work may express his or her opinion because of his or her education, knowledge, and experience. Such testimony is admitted for whatever assistance it may provide to help you arrive at a just verdict. However, as with other witnesses, upon you alone rests the duty of deciding what weight should be given to the testimony of such experts. In determining its weight, you may take into consideration his or her skill, experience, knowledge, veracity, familiarity with the facts of this case, and the usual rules I've given you for testing credibility and determining the weight to be given to testimony. Now, ladies and gentlemen, evidence is all of the testimony that was received from the witnesses and any exhibits the court has admitted into evidence during the trial. There are 3 of those. Now, evidence may be either direct or may be circumstantial or may be both. Direct evidence is the testimony given by a witness who has seen or heard the facts to which they testify. It includes, of course, exhibits admitted into evidence during the trial. Circumstantial evidence is proof of facts or circumstances by a direct evidence from which you may reasonably infer other related or connected facts which naturally and logically follow according to the common experience of mankind. To infer or to make an inference is to reach a reasonable conclusion or deduction of facts which you may but are not required to make from the other facts which you have found have been established by direct evidence. Whether an inference is made rests entirely with you. Now, when considering circumstantial evidence, you may not draw one inference from another inference, but you may draw more than one inference from the same facts or circumstances. So in other words, you can't stack one inference upon another inference to reach a factual conclusion. Now, if the circumstances create inferences that are consistent with either acquittal or guilt, then the defendant must be acquitted unless the inferences in favor of guilt rise to the level of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. In the absence of direct evidence of a person's guilt, circumstantial evidence by itself alone may justify a finding of guilty if the circumstances are entirely consistent with the defendant's guilt, or wholly inconsistent with any reasonable theory he is not guilty, and are so convincing as to exclude a reasonable doubt of guilt. When the evidence is both direct and circumstantial, you must decide whether the combination of the two types of evidence overcomes presumption of innocence and convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Now, the evidence does not include the indictment, the opening statements, or closing arguments of counsel. The opening statements and closing arguments, which you'll hear shortly, are designed to assist you, but they are not evidence. Any statements that were stricken by the court or that you were told to disregard are not evidence, must be treated as though you never heard them. You may not speculate why the court sustained an objection to any question or what the answer to that question might have been. You must not draw any inference or speculate on the truth of any suggestion that might have been included in a question that was not answered. Now, a number of exhibits have been introduced and testimony relating to them has been introduced, submitted into evidence. You will consider whether those exhibits are the same objects, the same conditions they were originally, and you'll determine what weight, if any, the exhibit should receive in light of all the evidence. Now, all three counts in the indictment are the same. Count one has one additional finding, but, and I'll get to that in a moment, but in terms of deciding whether or not the state proved any one of the three counts, you'll be considering the same evidence. The only difference will be the dates. So the law under which the defendant is charged in counts 1 through 3 is entitled rape and is numbered Ohio Revised Code section 2907.02A1B. Now, this law states in pertinent part as follows: no person shall engage in sexual conduct with another who is not the spouse of the offender when the other person is less than 13 years of age, whether or not the offender knows the age of the other person. So before you can find the defendant guilty, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the period of April 9, 2019 through April 8, 2020 as to count 1, the period of April 9, 2020 through April 8, 2021 as to count 2, and the period of April 9, 2021 through April 8, 2022 as to count 3. And in Highland County, Ohio, the defendant engaged in sexual conduct with another person, identified here as the initial CW, who was not the spouse of the defendant and who was less than 13 years of age, whether or not the defendant knew the age of that person. So the essential elements of the crime of rape are as follows. First, and again, these are all three counts. First, that the defendant engaged in sexual conduct with another who was not his spouse. Second, that that person was less than 13 years of age, whether or not the defendant knew that. Third, that it occurred in Highland County on or about the date alleged in the indictment. Now, it's not necessary the state prove the offense was committed on the exact day charged in the indictment. It's sufficient to prove the offense took place on a date reasonably near the date claimed. Before you can decide whether the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt all the essential elements of the offenses with which he is charged, you must first decide whether this is the correct county in which the trial should be held. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that all or any part of the offense charged was committed in Highland County, Ohio. Sexual conduct means vaginal intercourse between a male and a female, anal intercourse, fellatio, cunnilingus between persons regardless of sex, without privilege to do so, the insertion, however slight, of any part of the body, instrument, apparatus, or object into the vaginal or anal cavity of another. The penetration, however slight, is sufficient to complete vaginal or oral or anal intercourse. Anal intercourse means penetration of the penis into the opening of a man or a woman. Fellatio means a sexual act committed with the penis and the mouth. Cunnilingus means a sexual act committed with the mouth and the female sexual organ. Spouse means a person married to an offender at the time of alleged offense. The prosecution is not required to prove that the victim physically resisted the defendant. Now, if you find that the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt all of the essential elements of the offense of rape as charged in counts 1, 2, or 3 of the indictment, then according to your findings, your verdict must be guilty as to that count or counts. If you find the state failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any one of the essential elements of rape as set forth in counts 1, 2, or 3 of the indictment according to your findings, the verdict must be not guilty as to that count or counts. Now, the charges set forth in each count of the indictment constitute a separate and distinct matter. You must consider each count and the evidence applicable to each count separately, and you must state your findings as to each count uninfluenced by your verdict as to any other count. The defendant may be found guilty or not guilty of any one or more of the offenses charged. Now, if your verdict is guilty of count 1, then you will separately decide beyond a reasonable doubt whether the person in such count was less than 10 years of age at the time of the offense. And so that would be a separate finding. That's only as to count 1. If your verdict is not guilty of count 1, then you do not consider that issue. Now, that completes the substantive instructions, and there are a couple of mistakes I made there that I need to correct before I give you this, but I want to let you know that when you deliberate, you will have a copy of it in the jury room with you so that you can refer to it and not have to try to remember everything by memory when it comes to your deliberations. All right, so at this time we will now hear closing arguments from the parties. The state has the burden of proof, and therefore it has the right to go first as well as the right to conclude after the defense presents its closing argument. And I'll remind you that these are not evidence, but are simply to help you understand what the claims of each party are in this case. So with that, Mrs. Collins, on behalf of the state.
May it please the court, Mr. Baker. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I first want to thank you for your time and attention to this very serious matter. I know that these cases aren't easy to talk about. They aren't an easy subject to talk about, and I am certain they aren't an easy subject to listen to. But we are one of the few countries that uses a jury system to decide guilt, and that only works with people like yourselves who take your jury service seriously. And so for that, I want to thank you on behalf of my office, the sheriff's office, and especially Sarah. And as the judge said, I have 2 opportunities to address you this afternoon, so I will keep the first opportunity short and to the point. I told you this morning the state would prove with evidence and testimony that the defendant raped Sierra Webb, beginning when she was 9 years old and until just before she turned 13 years old, and the state has proven exactly that. As the judges instructed you, and as will be clear from the jury instructions, digital penetration and oral sex both constitute rape. They both constitute sexual conduct. And because of her age, they both constitute rape. When Sarah was taken from her parents and placed with Steve and Monica Wilder, she thought that this was her chance at a new, safe, stable home. But Uncle Rufus, this defendant, saw Sierra as an easy target. When she was only 9 years old and afraid of the dark, she crawled into bed with him. This defendant took advantage of this little girl, using his fingers to rub and massage her vagina. And that sexual abuse continued with the defendant performing oral sex on Sierra, digitally penetrating Sarah, trying to get Sarah to perform oral sex on him. The sexual assaults happened over a 3-year period, starting when she was 9 and ending when she was 12. When Sierra encountered ejaculate for the first time, she didn't even know what had happened and had to ask her older brother Josh what it was. When she told Josh what the defendant was doing to her, she begged him not to tell. She told you today that she may not be believed. She feared that she may be removed from her home by CPS again. When Monica did find out what the defendant was doing, she confronted the defendant about the sexual assaults, and his answer wasn't a denial. His answer was an excuse that he can't control what he does when he sleepwalks. Now, finally, when Detective Sergeant Anor confronted the defendant with the allegations, this defendant admitted that he did wake up once with his head on Sierra's naked thigh. And yes, his mouth did taste like vagina. That might have been because of her thigh, though. Ladies and gentlemen, there is only one reason for an answer like this. The defendant performed oral sex on Sierra. Ladies and gentlemen, the state has proven each and every element of each of these crimes beyond a reasonable doubt, and I'm asking that you find this defendant guilty.
Okay, Mr. Baker, on behalf of the defendant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. This is perhaps the most important of the civic duties that we have to perform as citizens of this country. I thank you, Mr. Brummet, thank you, and the state has already thanked you. We talk here about burdens, who bears them. You've heard the instructions at this point. You'll read them in a short while. You've heard the testimony at this point. You're charged with weighing that testimony and applying those instructions as written and given to you and as you've heard about already. As Ms. Collins alluded to, these aren't easy subject matters to deal with. It's neither easy for the state nor easy for the defense. But these are matters that we have to deal with. When applying the law in this case, you have to weigh the veracity of each person's testimony. And the state points out the inconsistencies in what the detective testified about and the testimony today of Rufus Brummet. I think it's most important to at least point out the fact that Mr. Brummet denied any of these acts today. That the acts as described by Sierra and then also by Sierra but to Ms. Hicks and then by Josh and Monica are all varying and differing versions of events. It's Sierra who testifies that something occurred when she came into Rufus's room sometime when she was 9 years old. Monica testifies later that at some point Rufus had moved from their house. And of course, Rufus testified that at some point in 2019, he had moved from that house to somewhere in New Carlisle and outside of that 685 address. I think each version's, other than Rufus's, delineate that other people were present. And I think Ms. Collins is correct in asking about that when the detective testified. Other people were present, and it would seem as if a conversation were going on. It would be hard to keep those same people asleep. That's for you to weigh. It would also seem that in a house that's described as a 2-story farmhouse that has 2 bedrooms upstairs and a bathroom and a bedroom downstairs, that would be, with at least 6 people, frequent traffic to that upstairs bathroom. But nothing's provided of being out of sorts there. It's odd that despite the allegations and despite the discovery by Monica Wilder that the family continues to gather at Christmas. Again, that's for you to weigh. What I think is most important to note is that at this point in time, Mr. Brummet denies that
Sierra was ever in his bed, denied that any sexual conduct occurred. And while perhaps better phraseology could have been used in communicating via text message, that he was indicating a level of sarcasm in saying he wasn't responsible for what happened when he sleepwalks. I think he's correct in assuming or saying that a phone doesn't convey sarcasm. What I'll leave you with is that these versions of events that have been testified about today, both Sierra's and Joshua's and Monica's and Rufus's, are all for you to judge. We only ask that you give that same deference that you said you would give during voir dire, apply the same standards, hold the state to the burden of beyond a reasonable doubt. Use that judgment of the most important of your activities, and in so doing, we think that you will find that Mr. Brummet would be not guilty as to counts 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. All right, Mr. Collins, you have the state.
I'm only going to address one thing that Mr. Baker said, actually, and that is how odd it is that these sexual assaults are occurring in a house with six kids or 6 people, and no one hears anything or no one sees anything, and just how ridiculous that is. Well, it's really not. His way of thinking would be that sexual assaults only occur where you have one adult and one child, and it's just not realistic at all. As the judge told you, and Mr. Baker reiterated, and I'm going to reiterate, one of your main jobs as a jury is to judge the credibility and weigh the credibility of the witnesses. And as we talked about this morning, and as is in the jury instructions, use the same test for truthfulness that you use in your everyday lives. We talked about deciding if your kid is telling the truth or not. Who is in the best position to see, know, hear, to know firsthand what happened? Obviously, that's Sierra. She was in the best position to see, hear, know what she was testifying about today. Obviously, it's not something easy for her to talk about, but she explained to you what happened to her. There's no benefit to her to lie. There's no bias. By disclosing the sexual assaults, she opened herself up to repeated interviews, telling her story to a courtroom full of strangers, being subjected to cross-examination, but her story has not changed. What happened to her has not changed. It was the same that she told Josh, Monica, Cecilia at the Mayerson Clinic, and then again to you all today. And then basically repeated the entire thing to Mr. Baker when he cross-examined her. Cecilia Hicks, the expert from the Mayerson Center who specializes in interviewing children, was the next witness, and she's been trained in the correct way to interview a victim, so there's no allegation that she didn't follow those rules. She doesn't ask leading questions. She doesn't want to put her words in the child's mouth. She was forthcoming about the interview, and it was corroborated with the video of the interview, as well as the report that was made, that she made, which you will have, and that's State's Exhibit 1. The report that she prepared. After Cecilia, you heard from Josh Brummet, the brother of Sierra. Again, he was Sierra's confidant, and you kind of understand why. I mean, these 2 kiddos are removed from their mom by Children's Services and placed with Monica and Steve. The 2 of them are each other's only constant in the world. So you understand why he's her confidant. Even before he knew what was happening to Sarah, she was asking him questions that a child that's 10 or 11 years old shouldn't be asking an older brother. This is stuff she shouldn't know about. What's this white, gooey, sticky stuff on me? Why is this stuff on me? Where does it come from? And why did she ask that question? Because Rufus put that stuff on her and she didn't know what it was. Again, Josh, no interest or bias in the matter. He's just simply relaying the events of what happened to you. Next, you heard from Monica. Again, now the legal mom of Sierra and Josh, who opened her home up to these kids who didn't have a home, and unknowingly subjected her to sexual abuse. Again, no reason to lie, no interest or bias. She's just relaying to you what she knows. Finally, you heard from Detective Anor, who, no interest or bias, he's what we call a fact witness. He literally is just relaying the facts. He follows the evidence, and where the evidence leads, that's where he follows, and then he relays that evidence and those facts to you, and he did that today. Really, there's only one person that testified today that has an interest or bias, and that's the defendant. He's the only person with a reason to tell you a lie, and he literally admitted that he was a liar on the stand. I said, did you hear everybody else testify? Are you calling them all liars? Yep. But you are admitted liar, right? Yeah, I guess. Because he wants you to believe that he was lying to Detective Anor during that interview. But if that's the case, then he's not lying today, or he is lying today and he wasn't lying then. The only person who had to kind of, distinguish between when they are lying and when they aren't lying, the defendant. And as he told you today, he's an admitted liar. The defense, I'm sorry. I just want to touch briefly on this so that you don't get hung up on this. The physical evidence, and I know that the Detective Anor covered this very, very well. There's not DNA evidence in this case, and there's not fingerprints, and we weren't able to get the defendant's semen from a rape kit. But remember that in most of the cases that he investigates, we don't have that. We don't have that because it's a late disclosure, and the evidence is just not available. That's Law and Order SVU kind of evidence. It doesn't happen in real life, and that's what I warned you about in jury voir dire. Don't get caught up in that. It doesn't mean that there is not very strong evidence in this case. There's just not DNA evidence. There's extremely strong circumstantial evidence. Remember, the circumstantial evidence was where you can draw an inference from something. We talked about that with the snow this morning on Christmas Eve. The first is that Sierra testified the first time the defendant ejaculated on her, she didn't know what it was. So she went to Josh and asked him about this. She didn't know what it was. Josh confirmed that. Yeah, she did come and ask me about it. I didn't understand why at the time, but then Josh told you that he remembered a few times waking up in the morning and seeing Sierra's clothes on the floor in his bedroom. Now, why? She had her own bedroom. What reason would she have to have left her clothes on the floor in the bedroom that he shared with Rufus? That's strong circumstantial evidence that at some point during the night her clothes were removed. And then she left the room without gathering them, which is what she told you. She told you he would remove my clothes, something would happen, and then I would go back to my room and get new clothes, leaving her clothes on the floor. Now, I want to talk about the elements of the crimes and the evidence and testimony that we presented that proves each of these crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. And remember, I only have to prove each element of the offense. So I say this because if I didn't prove what the temperature was on the day that a rape occurred, it doesn't matter because that's not one of the elements that you'll read in the jury instructions. If I didn't prove what color socks the defendant was wearing when he performed oral sex on Sierra, it doesn't matter because what color his socks were, that's not an element. Only the elements that are outlined in the jury instructions are what have to be proven. So let's start with count 1, rape of a child under 13, and this particular count under 10. In order to prove rape, the state must prove that during the period of April 9th of 2019 through April 8th of 20, in Highland County, Ohio, the defendant engaged in sexual conduct with 9-year-old Sierra Webb. Now, the date's really not an issue. Sierra remembers that she was 9 when it happens, and she remembers that because she remembers who her teacher was, Mr. Schilling. And she referred to this chart a lot, which outlines the year, her age, the grade of school she was in, and who her teacher was. Sometimes that's what a kid can remember. They can't remember that it was that was on, June 1st of 2019. No, I don't remember that, but I remember who my teacher was. And that's okay. Sierra was 9 from April 9th of 19 through April 8th of 20, and during this time, the family was living at 685 Locust Road in Seaman in Highland County, Ohio. So the state's proven the date, the place that it happened, and that she was less than 13. In fact, she was 9. Now, she told you, and you can read on the jury instructions on page 7, that sexual conduct is defined as cunnilingus, which means a sexual act committed with the mouth and the female sex organ. She told you that she went into the defendant's bedroom to watch TV with him and the other children, and she fell asleep on the floor. When she woke up to the defendant taking off her clothing and then licking her vaginal area. She reported the same rape to Cecilia Hicks at the Mayerson Center, and the defendant confirms performing oral sex on Sierra when he tells Detective Anor that he remembered waking up with his head on Sierra's naked thigh and said that his mouth did taste like vagina, but it could have been from her thigh. Also, there's no question, she testified to this, she has never been a spouse of the defendant. Sexual conduct defined includes cunnilingus, which is oral sex with a female. The state has proven each and every element of count 1 of the indictment, rape of a child under 13. And when you read this, there at the bottom on the verdict form it says, if you find the defendant guilty, you consider whether or not Sierra was under the age of 10. She told you she was 9 years old. She told you who her teacher was at the time. You have the chart to show that. So it's important that you circle that she was less than 10 years old at the time of that offense. Let's talk about count 2. Rape of a child under 13. Sarah again told you that she was 10, so between April 9th of 2020 and April 8th of 2021, she was in the 4th grade. Miss Coyle was her teacher, and this defendant engaged in sexual conduct with Sarah by inserting his fingers into her vagina. Again, the date's not really in question, which means that her age is not in question, and we know that she was not married to the defendant. The address is also not in question. So, Sarah told you that she was asleep on the floor under her loft bed, which you understand is a bunk bed with nothing underneath it but some shelves. The defendant came into her room, took her clothes off of her, and inserted her fingers into her vagina. She remembered, when she testified today even, she remembered that it hurt when he did this. She felt pain. Sexual conduct is defined as the insertion, however slight, of anything into the vaginal opening of another. Right there is the definition, but you also have it on page 6 of your jury instructions. So when the defendant inserted his fingers into Sierra's vagina, causing her pain, sexual conduct was completed and the rape was completed. The state has proven all of the elements of count 2 of the indictment. Finally, count 3, rape of a child under 13. Again, so many of these things we've already talked about and proven. Date, her age at the time, that they weren't married, and that this happened at 685 Locust Road in Seaman, which is in Highland County. Now, when this defendant used both his mouth and his fingers on Sierra, he committed rape of a child under the age of 13. This is the event that she spoke about when he tried to put his penis, when he rubbed his penis on her, and after rubbing his penis on Sarah, he ejaculated on her. We know she was 11 because Miss Pollard was her teacher. That's what she remembered that it happened was when Miss Pollard was her teacher. And after that, she goes to Josh and asks Josh what this white stuff was. Remember what I talked about in jury voir dire. Rape is not what we think of from TV. It's not a man with a ski mask holding a knife to a woman's throat in a dark alley. The instructions that you are sworn to follow define sexual conduct, and rape occurs as soon as the definition of sexual conduct is met. So as soon as the insertion of a finger, however slight, or oral sex, that is sexual conduct, and that is rape because of her age. Ladies and gentlemen, pay close attention to the verdict forms. Again, it contains the spot for you to circle that you find that Sierra was less than 10 on count 1. These 3 events are not the only times that the defendant sexually assaulted Sierra. She talks about these 3 events. She talks about these times and other times during the Mayerson interview. Again, he didn't deny these events. Even today, he doesn't recall this. He doesn't recall that. He made excuses. He told Monica he can't control what he does when he sleepwalks. And today he says, well, that was a joke. Well, I don't know who makes a joke about being accused of sexually assaulting a little girl. I don't understand why you need a sense of humor for that. It's not a joke. He tells Detective Anor he can't remember specifically performing oral sex on Sierra, but he does remember waking up with his head on her naked thigh and his mouth had the taste of vagina. He told Detective Anor this is the accident from hell. Well, if the defendant thought this was hell, imagine what it was to Sierra. And the idea that he accidentally performed oral sex on a 9-year-old, it's ridiculous. The state must prove, and Mr. Baker talked about this burden of proof, the state must prove each and every element of the crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, reasonable doubt is doubt based on reason and common sense. You can equate it to the decisions that you make in your everyday lives. Let's talk about buying a car. Let's say you want a red SUV and your budget allows for a payment of $450 a month. You shop around, you collect the evidence. That's the same as sitting on a jury. You find a red SUV, the odometer is 50,000 miles, and the payment will be just under $450 a month. It's everything that you want in a car. All the evidence points to buying the car, and yeah, you decide to buy it. Now, there is some remote possible doubt that's not the perfect vehicle for you. But reasonable doubt, doubt based on reason and common sense, has been overcome, and of course, you buy the car. It's not your job to look for reasonable doubt. If it existed, it would have presented itself from the evidence. It just does not exist in this case. Reasonable doubt has been overcome. The state has proven each and every element of these charges. At the end of the day, this case is about one thing, the horror story that has been the last 4 years of Sierra's life. The state has done what we said we would do. We have proven each element of each of the counts of rape beyond a reasonable doubt. Now I'm asking you to follow the instructions of the court, remember the testimony of the witnesses, the statements of the defendant, review the evidence, and reach the only logical conclusions in these cases. This man who preyed on the most vulnerable of children, Sierra Webb, this man is guilty of all counts. Thank you.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard the closing arguments of counsel, which, as I instructed you before, are not evidence, but simply designed to help you understand the claims of each party. But they are not evidence and not to be considered as such. Now, I'm going to instruct you now on how to conduct your deliberations and to prepare your verdicts once you've reached them. You must be uninfluenced by any consideration of any sympathy or prejudice. It is your duty to carefully weigh all of the evidence, and decide all of the disputed questions of fact, to apply the instructions of the court to your findings, and to render your verdict accordingly. In fulfilling your duties, your efforts must be to arrive at a just verdict. Consider all of the evidence and use your common sense and make your findings with intelligence and impartiality, without any bias, sympathy, or prejudice, so that the state defendant will each feel their case was fairly and impartially tried. Now, you may not discuss or consider the subject of punishment. Your duty is confined to deciding the guilt or innocence of the defendant. In the event that you make a finding of guilty, the duty to decide punishment is placed by law on the court. If during the course of the trial the court has said or done anything that you consider to be an indication, in my view, of the facts of the case in general, you're instructed to disregard that. The court has no right in any way and does not desire to invade the province of the jury, indicating a preference. And the ruling of the court in this case, that's not an expression of my opinion, it's simply my ruling on the matters of law. Now, your conduct upon commencing deliberation is a matter of great importance. It's not wise to immediately express a determination or desist upon a certain verdict, because if your sense of pride is aroused, you may hesitate to change your position, even if you later decide that you may be or are wrong. Consult with one another, considering each other's views, and deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement if you can do so without disturbing your individual judgment. You must each decide the case for yourself, and you should do so only after a discussion and consideration of the case with your fellow jurors. Do not hesitate to change an opinion if you find that it's wrong. However, you should not surrender an honest conviction in order to be congenial or to render a verdict solely because of the opinion of other jurors. When you go to the jury room, your first function will be to select one of your number as a foreperson. That person you select will preside over your deliberations, but does not have any greater power, nor does that person's vote have any greater importance than anyone else's. The foreperson serves the purpose of helping you to conduct your deliberations in an orderly manner and give each juror an opportunity to express their opinion. One additional duty will be to see that the verdict forms and exhibits encompassing these instructions are returned to the court after you've reached a verdict. Now again, I'll place in your possession the exhibits and the verdict forms, and the foreperson retains those until returning to the jury room. Now, until your verdict is announced in open court, you're not to disclose to anyone else the status of your deliberation or the nature of verdicts. Now, this being a criminal case, before it can be said that you have reached a verdict, it's necessary for all 12, and I'll repeat that, all 12 of the jurors to agree upon a verdict on each count. Now, you will have with you in the jury room, in addition to the exhibits that the court has admitted, and the instructions, verdict form for each of the 3 counts. So they've been prepared. And you can probably see from there, it's a form, it has the name of the court, case number, and then it has a verdict form, and it's this one, count 1, count 2, count 3, and so forth. Now on each of these forms, the verdict will read, we the jury, having been duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant, Rufus Lee Brummet, and then there's a blank space, and below that there are a couple asterisks to call your attention to the instruction, insert guilty or not guilty. So that'll be written in by the foreperson. And then it goes on to read of rape, first degree felony, as he stands charged in count 1 of the indictment. And then you'll fill out each of these verdict forms. And each of you will sign your name today, because if each of you don't sign the verdict, then it's not your verdict, and we don't have a verdict until we have a unanimous verdict. Now, with regard to count 1 only, as I explained earlier, if and only if you find the defendant guilty, you are then required in your verdict form to count 1 to make an additional finding, which reads that we further find and specify that the person was not under 10 years of age at the time of the offense. And so, in that case, you'll circle whichever one is your finding, and again, before you sign your verdict form. And these will be in the jury room with you. Now, once you retire to deliberate, you'll be under the charge of the bailiffs of the court, and there'll be one stationed outside the door at all times to ensure your deliberations are not disturbed. As I mentioned, you have to leave your cell phones there on the table or on the ledge. If you do need to get a message to someone, just give them the name and number, and the bailiffs will call them for you if that becomes necessary. They're there only, though, to ensure your deliberations are not disturbed. They cannot answer your questions about the case or give you any information at all. If you need something or if you have a question, write it down and then knock on the door. The bailiff will open the door and give it to them, and they'll bring it to me, and I'll discuss with the attorneys, and then I'll send a response. Now, I can't promise you I'm going to give you what you request, only that it'll be considered and the response according to law returned. So one thing I will tell you is that I can't give you any further evidence. And so what I mean by that is, I've seen cases where verdict will come out and say, we would like to know whether, the defendant was wearing a coat at the time, or the alleged victim was wearing a coat at the time. Well, if you didn't hear it from the jury, I can't give it to you. I can't answer that question and provide you something that was not testified to. So if you ask that, that'll be the response. Now, once you have reached the verdict, just knock on the door and let the bailiffs know that you've reached your verdict and sign the verdict forms, and then we'll contact, and counsel will be close by, and we'll return them to the courtroom to receive the verdict. Now, you will have the exhibits. One of the exhibits is a CD that was played, and a portion of it was only played. So, although you're going to have that, you can't play it. We're not going to give you if you decide you need to hear that again or see it again, it would have to be, you have to return to court. We'll play it here on the large screen for you. All right, is there anything further from council?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank all of you for your patience and cooperation. And I know you've been very attentive during this trial today, even though it's been short. It's been, it's intense, and we keep things moving, so it's a lot to ask of. And we've attempted not to waste your time. I think the attorney done a great job in making sure that didn't happen, presenting their cases expeditiously. Now, at this time, Mr. McGuire and Ms. Hart, since nothing's happened to any of the first 12, you are not going to be deliberating. We're going to let you leave here with a caveat, some additional instructions. You are not released from your obligations until you're notified the jury's returned a verdict. And so I'm going to ask each of you to give your name and your cell phone to the bailiff. Because if during the deliberation something happens that one of the jurors has to be excused, whether it's a health issue or some other matter that has come up, then we will call you in order. Mr. McGuire's number 1, Ms. Hart's number 2, and ask you to come up to the jury and take that person's place, and then the deliberations will start from scratch with the new jury. So until that happens, until you're notified that the jury has reached a verdict, you're to follow all the instructions I gave you before about not discussing the matter, letting anybody discuss it with you, doing any research, trying to get any information on it. Everything that I've told you, still follow that until you're notified of the verdict being returned. So at this time, the two of you can go ahead and be excused and come around here and give your phone number to the bailiff, and the rest of the jurors that will retire to the jury room, begin your deliberation. And as soon as I make this one couple corrections, I'll send in the jury instructions and the exhibits and jury form, or verdict forms to you. Okay. Thank you.
Please rise. Members of the jury.
Here's the verdict form, Dan.
I'm going to pretend the two of you didn't say that.
You know, I mean, that's,
I value your lives.
I had to go all the way. I did. I went further than myself. I know. I don't like it either, but it is what it is. Okay, like I said.
Wait close by, I guess.
Yeah.
Or if you want to go get something to eat, that's fine. Just leave me a number to get a hold of you. I wouldn't go too far either way. I mean,
we'll just be out there, probably in the front over here on the benches.
we're in the conference room, on the bench, wherever you want. I'll come looking for you here in a second. Let me put everything together.
Okay, we're back on record on State versus Rufus L. Brummet, 24 CR 64. My understanding is the jury's reached a verdict. Mr. Reno?
Yes.
All right. Everyone is assembled. Bring in the jury, please.
After.
Get a decision. Looks like we have 12. All right. Thank you. All right. Mr. Davis, you're the foreperson, and the jury has reached a verdict on all 3 counts. Yeah. All right. If you would hand the verdict and the other documents to the clerk, please. Mr. Hodson, can we read the verdicts, please?
In the Court of Common Pleas, Highland County, Ohio, State of Ohio versus Rufus Lee Brummet. Case number 24, CR 64. Verdict, count 1, rape. Revised Code 2907.02A1B. We, the jury, having been duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant, Rufus Lee Brummet, guilty of rape, a first-degree felony, as he stands charged in count 1 of the indictment. We further find and specify that the person was not under 10 years of age.
Was. Yeah. Was. You read was, not a circle. Was.
Was. We further find and specify that the person was under 10 years of age at the time of the offense. In the Court of Common Pleas, Highland County, Ohio, State of Ohio versus Rufus Lee Brummet. Case number 24, CR 64. Verdict, count 2, rape. Revised Code 2907.02A1B. We, the jury, having been duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant, Rufus Lee Brummet, guilty of rape, a first-degree felony, as he stands charged in count 2 of the indictment. In the Court of Common Pleas, Highland County, Ohio, State of Ohio versus Rufus Lee Brummet. Case number 24, CR 64. Verdict, count 3, rape. Revised Code 2907.02A1D. We, the jury, having been duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant, Rufus Lee Brummet, guilty of rape, a first-degree felony, as he stands charged in count 3 of the indictment.
Thank you, Mr. Hodson. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've heard the reading of the verdict. Is this the verdict of each and every one of you as to each of the 3 counts? Agree? Wish to have the jury polled?
No, sir.
All right. All right, then the court will accept the verdicts of the jury and enter findings of guilty on each of those 3 counts with the additional finding on count 1. That'll complete your jury service, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I want to thank you on behalf of the county because, as I indicated this morning, your service here is a civic responsibility that we owe to our ancestors and to our future generations, and in terms of perpetuating the system we have. It may not be perfect, but it's the best that we have in the world, I think, and so I appreciate your service and willingness to do it. I know it's not easy. These things are serious, but you've done a good job and performed that duty. So I'll thank you for your service. You can go ahead and pick up your cell phone, and then the clerk will meet you outside to give you your pay vouchers. If any of you need a work excuse to confirm you were here, he'll provide that to you as well. All right? So, thank you, and you may be excused. Everyone else stay in the courtroom, please.
Make some more copies,
You may all be seated. I need a sex offender registration form.
I have it, Judge.
Oh, you have it? Oh, okay.
I'm filling it out right now.
All right. All right. Well, the defendant has been convicted on all 3 counts. Count 1 with additional finding the victim was under 10 years of age at the time. And I believe that is 25 to life. And
It's life or 15 to life.
okay, yeah, 15 life or life without parole or 15 to life, right? Ms. Collins?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And count 2 and 3 are just bring me that. And you agree with that, Mr. Baker, is count 1. And then count 2 is
10 to life.
10 to life because it's 13. All right, 10 to life. All right. All right. Brummet, you have been convicted by the jury of 3 counts of rape. And because of that, you're designated as a matter of law as a Tier 3 sex offender. That means that should you be released back in the community on completion of your sentence on parole or post-release control supervision, you'll be required to register with the sheriff of the county in which you live and move into within 3 days of establishing your residency there. You'll be required to register all in person with that sheriff office, and you'll also be required to register with the sheriff of any county in which you are employed for more than 3 days consecutively or 14 days in a calendar year. And if you should go to any job training, educational programming, or educational courses of any sort, you're also in another county, then you're required to register with the sheriff of that county as well. In the event that you live out of state, work out of state, or go to a place of education out of state, you're then required to register with the sheriff or other public official that has the legal responsibility under that state's law to maintain sex offense registries. You must inform the sheriff of your county of your residence if you are going to be absent for 7 days or more, and provide the sheriff with the information as to where you will be and how long you will be before you return. If you change your residence, then you must provide written notice of that change at least 20 days prior to moving, and if you are changing your place of education, at least 20 days prior to that. If you change your place of employment, you have up to 3 days after you change employment to make that change. And if you don't, and if you do not have a fixed address, then you must provide a copy or a detailed description of the place or places you'll be staying. And then as soon as you do obtain a fixed address, you must register with the sheriff at that fixed address immediately. You're required to renew and verify your registration every 90 days for the rest of your life. You have 10 days prior to your verification date to do that. and you must do it in person. It can't be done online, by phone, email, etc. You're also required to provide a notice in writing within 3 days of any change in any vehicle information, email addresses, internet identifiers, or telephone numbers that are registered to or used by you to the sheriff or sheriffs of the counties in which you've been most recently registered. If you should travel internationally, you must report your intent to do that at least 21 days prior to your traveling. If you fail to do any of these things as required by the statute, then you could be prosecuted for a felony for failure to register under Chapter 2950, which would be a felony, and you could be sentenced to a jail time for that. Since you currently live in Highland County, that would presumably be your residence should you be released from prison. The address of that is, was it 108 Homestead?
It's 130.
130, I can never remember the address. 130 Homestead Avenue in Hillsborough, that's where the sheriff's office is.
Yeah, I think its current address is in Adams County.
It is.
Oh, is it Adams County? Okay, I'm sorry. Then I'll say Adams County. So that address would be in West Union.
It's 110.
I don't remember the address anymore.
Courthouse. 110.
All right. So, Mr. Brummet, there's a place here for you to sign to acknowledge you've had these duties explained to you. And that's the only thing it means, that you're acknowledging that it took place here in the record, so somebody doesn't have to listen to the record instead of looking in the file. All right, now, under law, there's only one sentence is available in each count, and that's a mandatory sentence. And so the court is going to go ahead and proceed with sentencing. And again, just to make sure on the record we agree, everyone's in agreement that count 1 is either life without parole or 15 to life, and counts 2 and 3 are 10 to 25, or 10 to life, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. All right. Now, I note that the victim and her mother, custodian, legal custodian are present, so we will go ahead and proceed with the sentencing hearing. Ms. Collins, on behalf of the state.
Your Honor, we would just ask the court to follow the law, and I did ask Sarah if she wanted to speak or address the court. She does not wish to make a statement.
All right. Mr. Baker.
Thank you, Your Honor. The only thing that I'll note for the record is that Mr. Brummet, as indicated by the discovery, only had one prior offense on his record. I believe it was a trespass. Doesn't excuse the conduct or the now facts that he's been convicted of. But prior to today's date, he's had no record to speak of. In light of that, we asked the court to dismiss count 1, given the lower of the two possibilities, which would be 15 years to life. And then 10 and 10, I think are the mandatories on counts 2 and 3. So that's all I have to add.
Mr. Brummet. anything you would like to say? Well, Mr. Brummet, you don't have a prior record, a felony record, that is true, but I think the evidence in this case was pretty clear. Jury, I think, got it right. And one of the things that bothered me is that when you're testifying, is you seem to think it was just natural to be sleeping in the same room with children for years instead of, I can understand being an adult man, and if you have a hard time, you're on hard times, you need a place to stay, staying somewhere like that temporarily until you could, get a job, get your own place. But to live with the family for years, I understand why they did it. I mean, they're not to blame. I mean, you were a family, you were helping out, and everybody thought that you were, apparently doing the right thing, but clearly you weren't. But, I don't know, I mean, I've been doing this a long time, 48 and a half years, and I've seen literally hundreds of sex offenders, and, that's just fits right in with the profile of some men that hang around and like to be with children and sleep in the same room with them, and they work their way into families with young children. Fortunately, here we just have one victim that we're aware of, but it went on for a long time, and she's a very courageous young woman because you took this case to trial, which is certainly your right, and that required her, as was pointed out in the closing argument of the prosecutor, is that when people think that, well, these kids just do this because they want to get back at somebody, they don't realize the effect it has on these children, because they have to tell strangers, they have to go in and relive it, they have to get up in public and testify like she did here today and be subject to cross-examination by your attorney and be suggested that she's a liar, not outrightly called a liar, and all that in addition to the trauma that was inflicted upon her by the acts themselves. And then unfortunately that, when we go through a full-blown trial, she has to deal with that again. Hopefully she'll be able to cope with that, although again, we see that victims of sex offenses oftentimes, it changes their lives. There's no way that you can just forget it and move on. It's there forever in their lives. Many of them do well, many of them do not. I wish her the best. She seems like a fairly strong young woman, and she is getting help, and that's good. But these kind of offenses are just the ones that I think, in some cases it's worse than murder. In many cases it's worse than murder because they have, especially when there's someone so young, because they have years and years and years, decades to live with this pain and the trauma. So, as to count one, it's ordered you be sentenced to a term of life without parole. On count two, you're sentenced to a term of 10 years to life. And then count three, 10 years to life. The court is ordering those to be served consecutively to one another. The reason for that is that the court feels that the harm in this case is so great that it would not adequately reflect the seriousness of the conduct and the harm that's been caused to this victim. And it's also for the protection of the public. But these sentences are harsh, they're the maximum, but they're mandated, there's no other sentence. And it's my intent to make sure that you spend the rest of your life in prison, because I think that's the only way that other children will be protected. Because I can tell you that I've yet to see a case in my 48 and a half years where the offender got caught the first time or the last time. Offenders that prey on children, they continue if they're not, and the only way you stop them is put them in prison. And so, for the protection of the public, think it's necessary. I think it's, again, that sentences, the harm is so great to this victim and to the public in general because of having our children victimized. The public suffers too. And the sentence is not disproportionate to that harm. Quite honestly, there's no sentence that could compensate her for the harm that she's caused. You're also ordered to pay the court costs for judgment, grant, execution's order. Now, now if you should be released from prison, you would be paroled. Well, if for some reason you got some sort of relief, you can't be paroled on count 1. That's life without parole. But in the event that you should somehow be able to get parole at some point in the future, then upon completion of that, or upon that occurrence, you would be put under post-release control supervision for 5 full years under the term set by the Adult Parole Authority, and if they find that you violated those conditions, they can return you to prison to make you serve an additional period of up to 90 days for any one violation, up to a maximum of half of the prison term for all violations. But if you commit a new felony while under post-release control, then in addition, whatever sentence the judge in that new case can impose upon you, that judge is also authorized to sentence you for committing this offense while under post-release control, in this case, to an additional period of 1 year, whatever time's left on that period of post-release control, whichever is greater. Now, Mr. Brummet, you do have a right to file an appeal of the verdicts as well as the sentence. In this case, you have a right to have a transcript of the trial and a copy of the transcript of the case, which would be all the pleadings and any hearings that were conducted in the case. And if you do not have the money to pay for those, then those will be provided to you at no cost. You also have a right to have an attorney to represent you on that appeal. And if you do not have the money to file an appeal or to pay an attorney, then upon application, the court's determination that you're indigent, the court will appoint an attorney for you at no cost. Your appeal must be filed within 30 days. And so, Mr. Baker, I don't know what your policy is about handling appeals on criminal cases, but if you're not going to handle the appeal and he wishes to appeal, I would like you to go ahead and file a notice of appeal with limited purpose, a limited appearance, to protect that, so that, and then also inform the court whether or not he has the money to hire an attorney to pay for it. And if he doesn't, I will appoint him counsel to handle his appeal. All right. Is there anything further from counsel?
Does the court have his jail time credit?
You have jail time credit? Yeah, thank you. I meant to ask for that and got sidetracked. It looks like you were arrested on April 26th and released on bond on May 7th. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So that is 12 days. All right. Anything further?
There you go.
All right. You're remanded to custody.
Please rise.